start. Be starting? Be starting or starting? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Anish Michael. A hearty welcome to all of you from OMI Foundation. Today, as we're gathered here for the National Dialogue on Social Protection and Sustainable Welfare in the Platform Economy. Before we begin the conference, I would like to cover a few housekeeping topics. Today's event is being recorded and getting streamed live on YouTube. The chat is getting monitored. We also have a photography and a videography team at the venue today. Quotes from the event and the entire recorded video and photos of the conference will be posted on OMI's social media channels. For those of you on social media, please feel free to live post about the conference and insights from our soon-to-be launched report using the hashtag #FutureOfWork. Social media handles are present around you in the room. Please feel free to use the QR codes on the tables and elsewhere. Inclusion is one of our core values at OMI Foundation. Therefore, to ensure the event is accessible to everyone, we have Prachi, Sarah, and Nikita, who will be our sign language interpreters for the day. And thus we begin. Who are we? OMI Foundation is a new age policy research and social innovation think tank focused on developing knowledge frameworks at the intersection of mobility innovation, governance, and public good. OMI Foundation houses 3 interconnected centers that conduct cutting-edge evidence-based policy research on all things mobility. These centers are Center for Future Mobility, Center for Clean Mobility, and Center for Inclusive Mobility. On behalf of OMI Foundation, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you, our esteemed guests. We really value you taking out time in engaging with us in strengthening India's platform economy. Friends, it's my privilege now to welcome our dignitaries on the dais. I first welcome Aishwarya Raman, Executive Director, OMI Foundation. I also invite Apur Kulkarni, Head of Research at OMI Foundation, to take the stage. It's my honor to welcome on stage the chairperson for the conference today, Dr. S.K. Sasikumar, former senior fellow at V.V. Giri National Labour Institute. It's my pleasure to invite on stage our guest of honor for the day, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director, International Labour Organization, India and South Asia. It's with great honor to welcome on stage our second guest of honor, Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. We welcome you all, sir. I now request Aishwarya to honor our guest of honor, Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari, with a stole. Also request Aishwarya to honor our guest of honor, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki. I now request Apurv to honor the chair for today's conference, Dr. Sasikumar, with a stole. Today marks an important milestone for OMI Foundation as we host our flagship conference on the future of work, namely the National Dialogue on Social Protection and Sustainable Welfare in the Platform Economy. In an era where the platform economy serves as a significant job creation engine, the imperative for an effective and sustainable social protection infrastructure has never been more pressing. Today's convening serves as a catalyst for uniting industry stakeholders, workers, and policymakers in a concerted effort to discuss and implement sustainable welfare solutions. This conference presents an opportunity for all of us to engage directly with the cutting-edge social protection policy design and implementation in the context of the platform economy. On that note, I take immense pleasure in inviting Aishwarya Raman, Executive Director, OMI Foundation, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you so much, Anish. Good morning, everybody. Respected Shri Atul Kumari Tiwari, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director, ILO. Dr. S.K. Sashikumar, former Senior Fellow, V.V. Giri National Labour Institute. And esteemed guests gathered here today and those online. It is with immense pleasure, privilege, and gratitude that I welcome you all to the OMI Foundation Flagship Conference, National Dialogue, Social Protection and Sustainable Welfare in the Platform Economy. Today marks a significant occasion as we gather to build consensus on one of the most deliberated issues of our time, the evolving nature of work in the digital age and the imperative need for robust social protection mechanisms that cater to the unique needs of platform workers. We stand at a crossroads in the evolution of work, where the surge of digital platforms has not only redefined traditional livelihood paradigms, but has also introduced a novel landscape of opportunities for workers across the globe, particularly here in India. The platform economy, characterized by its flexibility, accessibility, and innovation, has indeed become a significant engine of job creation, contributing to India's vibrant digital ecosystem. According to Niti Aayog, the share of gig and platform workers in our workforce has seen a notable increase, signaling a shift that is as profound as it is complex. With this shift comes an urgent need to reimagine our social protection frameworks to ensure that no one is left behind in this digital revolution. The OMI Foundation is proud to convene this dialogue uniting a diverse group of stakeholders from government and industry to academia and civil society. Our discussions today are geared towards catalyzing a shift in how we perceive and engage with the platform economy. From exploring sustainable social protection measures to delving into innovation for social protection and financial inclusion, each topic of the day has been meticulously chosen for its relevance and impact. These subjects are crucial, for they touch upon the very foundation of worker welfare in the digital age, addressing the need for comprehensive protection, access to financial services, and the creation of resilient livelihoods in the face of technological disruption. What sets this national dialogue apart is our holistic approach. We are not merely presenting challenges, we are collectively seeking actionable solutions. This conference serves as a unique platform for sharing knowledge, experiences, and best practices from across the globe, providing you, our participants today, with deep insights into the latest trends, challenges, and innovative solutions in creating sustainable social protection and worker welfare systems. As we proceed with today's agenda, I urge all of us to adopt a new vocabulary and a new framework of reference. It's time to redefine how we talk about, measure, and govern the evolving landscape of jobs in India. The traditional binary of formal versus informal work is increasingly blurred in the platform economy. Therefore, our policies, practices, and protections must evolve and even transform to match today's reality. And for such meaningful transformation to occur, it must be preceded by clarity of thought. The path forward is undeniably one of shared responsibility and collaboration. Each of us bears the duty to champion and disseminate this refreshed approach to social protection and sustainable welfare in the platform economy. With your support, the OMI Foundation is committed to leading this charge. Today, in your august presence, we shall unveil the OMI Foundation flagship report, Social Protection in India's Platform Economy, Unpacking Supply Dynamics. This extensive study, conducted over 10 months and engaging with platform businesses having over 45 lakh workers, is a testament to our commitment to understanding the challenges, nay, the opportunities in building social protection and worker welfare systems of the 21st century. The insights from our report underscore a critical truth. The path to a resilient platform economy is paved with collaborative efforts. It requires a coordinated approach across the entire ecosystem, involving government, industry, workers, and civil society. Together, we must strive to develop a social protection framework that not only addresses the immediate needs of platform workers, but also anticipates the future, ensuring that the benefits of digitalization are equitably shared. Innovation, ladies and gentlemen, will be our compass in this endeavor. By leveraging digital technology and innovative social security solutions, we have an unprecedented opportunity to build a social protection infrastructure that is not only tailored for India's platform economy, but also serves as a roadmap for the global south. As we proceed with today's discussions, I invite you to engage with an open heart and a collaborative spirit. Let us listen, learn, and lend our voices to shaping a future where the platform economy is not just a source of remuneration or livelihood, but a bastion of sustainable welfare and social protection for all. I wish to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being a part of this important dialogue. The journey ahead is challenging yet filled with promise. Together, we can forge a path that upholds the dignity of work, champions the welfare of workers, and secures a prosperous future for the platform economy in India and beyond. On that note, I welcome all of you to this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aishwarya. It's our pleasure to have with us Dr. S.K. Sasikumar, the chairperson for today's conference. Dr. Sasikumar is a distinguished economist with a PhD in labor studies, possessing nearly 35 years of expertise in research and training. He specializes in labor migration, future of work, and labor market analysis, and has advised various national level commissions on critical issues like globalization and labor legislation. As the former senior fellow at V.V. Giri National Labour Institute, Dr. Sasikumar has led numerous research projects and training programs shaping policy discourse and advancing labour studies. Sir, I welcome you and request you to give your opening remarks as we begin the conference.
Thank you so much. Respected Secretary, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, Deputy Director ILO, Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Executive Director, OMI Foundation, Ms. Aishwarya, Apurv, my friend and one of the most renowned global trade union leader, Sri Vrijesh Ji, distinguished scholars and practitioners, and my dear friends. First of all, let me join the OMI Foundation team in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you. It's indeed a privilege to be associated with this very important conference on a theme which is increasingly becoming significant as a public policy issue both in the developed as well as developing economies like India. The primary reason for that is there has been a significant growth in the platform jobs, as Aishwarya was referring to, particularly in India, though it may not be very possible to arrive at a precise estimates. I was fortunate to be part of a very young and vibrant team, including the OMI and Niti Aayog and some scholars from CDS and BITS Pilani, to author that report on gig and platform of the Niti Aayog. Of course, we tried a very rudimentary estimation. We used the PLFS. That itself can be questioned for the simple reason that, PLFS is a household survey. How far you can depend on a household survey to provide estimates on employment itself is a very questionable thing. But at the same time, that was a very important report in the context of highlighting some of the major issues related to, say, platform work in the context of India. Now we are moving ahead. And when we move ahead, it is important to locate platform work and platform investment in the context of the overall development transition that the country is aspiring for. We are actually aspiring to become a developed country. So when you aspire to become a developed country for the next 25 years, so there are certain prerequisites for it. One of the prerequisites is you need a high level of growth. You have to sustain high level of growth. Say 7% is what we are growing at, but we need 8, 9, 10% at least. And for that, you need new sectors which has potential, like the platform sector, which has tremendous potential, both in terms of investment and growth. You have to look at those potentials and nurture those sectors. That is the only way that value addition and productivity in the economy is going to increase. And that is from a worker perspective, I'm sure that you're discussing in detail on issues related to worker welfare. It's also important to locate platform employment within the overall context of employment. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Ministry of Statistics, and we were looking at these latest numbers on PLFS. Of course, I told you that has issues related to it, but still, say when you transition to a developed country, one of the fundamental things is you need some kind of a moving or a dynamic structural transformation. Okay, dynamic, it should be dynamic, it can't be static. And what is the structural transformation that's taking place in India? It's a very paradoxical thing. Very paradoxical thing. If you look at agriculture as a percentage of employment in India, it started declining. It started declining till around 2004-05, the proportion was declining, but the absolute numbers were increasing. After 2004-05, the proportion started declining, the absolute numbers started declining. So that is what a dynamic structural transformation is all about. But what is the trend after 2018-19? Agriculture employment actually has started increasing. Absolute numbers. As a consequence of which, even today, you have 45% in agriculture around. It depends on what age group that or age cohort that you're looking at, whether you're looking at 15 plus or whether you're looking at 1559 or 1564, but generally it's around 45%. 45% in agriculture is not an ideal situation to transition a dynamic structural transformation. You need to change that, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Which is the second sector? Construction, 13%. 13% is this, I'm talking about the 22-23 figures. So construction, we know, yes, there are good quality jobs in construction, but majority of the jobs in construction are at the low end. So again, not the ideal situation for a dynamic structural transformation. What do you need? You need, everybody says manufacturing. But what is happening to manufacturing? Manufacturing is stagnant. It's not growing. It's around about 13% for quite some time. As a consequence of which, you have to think of new sectors. That is how you should look at platform economy. You must look at platform economy, although there are no exact precise numbers. You can say around, Aishwarya, I think I'm right if I say around 10 to 20 million? 10 to 20 million or more than that? More than that. So in the last say, 5 years. So you have to locate that within the overall context, because this is a sector which has potential. Potential for what? Potential to improve incomes. And why improving incomes is important of the workers? Primarily because that is the only way that your private consumption expenditure, which is the mainstay of your aggregate demand, can increase. No way otherwise. So if you're aspiring to become a developed country, you need to locate those sectors, you need to nurture those sectors where there's a potential for growth on the one hand, and potential for employment on the other hand. Also look at the quantitative and qualitative dimensions. We need to balance these. That is where immense possibilities, as Aishwarya said, that exists in the context of platform jobs. We know a lot about platform jobs now. So when we were doing the report, there were lots of scan areas. But now you have a lot of reports. There are some outstanding reports. The authors of it are present in this hall itself. Outstanding reports on platform economy, which would basically say that the incomes have increased, the working hours are longer, grievance handling is a problem, but ultimately social protection is the issue. Primarily because, she said a very important point, because the current structure, the architecture of social protection is premised on standard employment. You understand the point? You look at the basic policy architecture relating to social security, it evolved around a standard employment principle. Why standard employment principle? But it evolved from the advanced economies. What is the structure of advanced economies employment? 80, 85, 90% of the employment is formal wage employment. So when you have formal wage employment dominating your labor market structure, it is very easy to have such kinds of social protection measures, which are more of homogeneous across the, say, spectrum of labor market. But that is not the kind of employment that we are seeing today. You have non-standard employment. So you need more flexible. You need partnership. State alone cannot. The Code on Social Security provides a policy architecture to debate with. But at the end of the day, when you think of social protection, I definitely look forward to reading the report that you are just going to release. But there are certain basic constructs that we must be always or flagging in. One is, say, try to expand the coverage. This fundamental thing. I know, I was talking to some of the friends in aggregators, and they were saying that many things that we are doing. So we would like to hear. Are these practices which can be modeled? OMI can do a very good documentation of these cases itself. There are many research areas that the conference will throw. One is expand the coverage. This is very, very central. Universalization of social security being our ultimate aim. You can't exclude workers within the platform sector. The second is sustainability. Say, it's very easy to provide benefits, but can you sustain? I know, I'm not naming the funds. There are certain welfare funds in India. Okay? Like in my own state of domicile, where I am now working on a project related to it, you won't believe it, the administrative cost of a welfare fund is 75%. Can you believe it? 75% administrative cost. So when you conceive a fund, it's not that you start a fund. You need to look at the sustainability of the fund. And administrative cost has to be considered as a central feature. Whether that's going to shoot up, what happens? The moment administrative costs scale up, the worker benefits falls. It's a direct proportion. Nobody wants any worker welfare. Why? Why don't you give workers more skills? Sir, what will happen to our jobs? You understand the point? The administrative jobs. So that has become, the fund has completely lost its sheen in terms of protecting the workers, but administratively it has become very important. We should not think of such a fund. That's very important. The third is, what kind of benefits are you conceiving? What kind of benefits? This is where the workers, the employers need to identify. You cannot have all kinds of benefits to be extended. Yes, there are certain priorities. Identify those priorities. Scale of benefits. One of the problems in social security in India is the scale of benefits are so low. You look at the old age pension. So if you provide a benefit So that benefit should be able to sustain you at a higher level of living. That is very important. There is no point in giving 10 benefits with very low scale of benefits. You have to improve the scale of benefits. And the last is, we also need relevant data to provide evidence-based information. What works? What doesn't work? So these are the basic features that we should be discussing, and I hope that with so much of practitioners and scholars around this hall, we would be able to identify some of the possible trajectories that we can discuss during this conference. I'm so delighted that OMI, which I know has been doing some exceptional reports in the recent years, is doing this conference and also got some wonderful persons. I mean, I'm so glad Atul sir is speaking, because I have read him not from a skill development perspective, I have read him from a social security perspective. I've read most of his pieces on social security for international migration. I know Satoshi has done some excellent work in the context of India's ILO and social security, especially social security, in a wider coverage. So, and you have so many practitioners. So this is a fantastic start, and let's hope and let's join the Aishwarya and her team in making this event a very enriching one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context for our conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are absolutely honored to have with us Mr. Satoshi Sasaki, Deputy Director, International Labour Organization, India and South Asia, as our guest of honor. Mr. Sasaki previously served as a specialist on decent work strategies for the ILO Country Office for South Pacific Island countries. With the remarkable dedication to global labor welfare, he has made significant contributions in advancing initiatives for decent work worldwide. Sir, I welcome you, and I request you to address our esteemed audience and deliver the special address.
Mr. Atul Tiwari, the Secretary, Ministry of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, Dr. Shashikumar, former Senior Fellow of the B.B. Giri National Labour Institute, and my old friend. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And Ms. Laman and the colleagues from the OMI Foundation, thank you very much for inviting ILO for this very important gathering. The rise of the platform economy as a job creation engine has also heightened the needs for an effective and sustainable social protection infrastructure. The ILO, in its commitment to advancing the social justice and promoting decent work, has closely monitored the evolution of the global economy and the challenges and opportunities emerging from the digital labor platforms since 2015. At the International Labour Conference in 2019, the ILO Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work laid importance to the needs of to respond to challenges and opportunities in the realm of work, including platform work. In due course, with the support and interest of the member states of the ILO, in 2022, a tripartite meeting on experts with social partners was organized in Geneva, followed by the ILO governing body requesting the office to prepare a normative gap analysis to assess how well the existing international labor standards can ensure decent working conditions for gig and platform workers. After discussion and the deliberation in March 2023 last year, the ILO governing body decided to hold a double discussion on decent work in the platform economy, and the office is actively working towards developing different documents in preparation for the meeting. The double discussion is commenced at the 113th session of the International Labour Conference in 2025 next year, with possibility of adopting the first global normative instrument in this area in 2026. It must be noted that digital labor platforms present several opportunities in job creation, including those for women, persons with disabilities, and for the migrant workers. According to the ILO's 2021, the World Employment and Social Outlook report, globally, the number of outlying platforms rose from 142 in 2010 to over 777 in 2020. Some studies would suggest that the number of platform workers in the world will increase from 43 million in 2018 to 78 million in 2023. While these are several opportunities that emerge from this new form of work, on the other hand, its development also presents challenges to employers, workers, and government, notably in terms of ensuring decent working conditions and adequate labor and social protection, as well as fair competition among enterprises. In the context of social protection, the ILO New Delhi office has taken several steps in advancing the extension of social protection with the central government and some state governments, along with the support of the ILO social partners and platform companies. I'm glad to see several of you present here today, and want to thank you for your continued support and in this important journey. With this context, I take this opportunity to congratulate the OMI Foundation in hosting the National Dialogue, Social Protection and Sustainable Welfare in Platform Economy, that aims to unite industry stakeholders, workers, and policymakers to discuss and implement sustainable welfare solutions. At this event today, I'm glad that I can participate in the launch of the Social Protection in India Platform Economy, Unpacking Supply Dynamics. I came to understand that this report is an outcome of engagement with the 14 critical stakeholders from the industry and the government. The platform business studied across sectors, including passenger mobility, hyperlocal delivery, e-commerce, and home services. The platform business impacts the lives of the over 4.5 million workers across several hundreds of cities and towns in India. The ILO welcomed this study and further contributes to understanding this new form of work and give us the deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities of existing social protection to digital and platform workers. I take this opportunity to emphasize the importance of extending social protection to all gig and platform workers in 4 aspects. 1, adequate social protection for platform and gig workers is key for their effective contribution to the productive workforce. 2, the social protection must contribute a set of policy mechanisms to build the capabilities of the workers to engage in today's and tomorrow's world of work, including for disadvantaged categories of workers. 3, as we delve into the policy conversation to ensuring adequate social protection for platform workers is closely linked to broader issues related to the regulations of these forms of work. including the correct classification of the employment status, broader issues around for the social protection, such as for the adequate pay, working time regulations, occupational safety and health, employment protection, and so on, and ensuring the transparency of the algorithms and for the data to protect workers' rights. And fourth, lastly, the improving social protection coverage for platform workers is also very much an integral element of the G20's commitment to provide universal access to comprehensive and sustainable social protection. And India successfully negotiated the extension of social protection coverage with other G20 nations, demonstrating its commitment to protect workers' rights. Digital labor platforms provide new opportunities for economic growth and for the job creation, and have the potential to contribute to realization of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 8, which is to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. The ILO recognized the benefits of the technological advancement, digitalizations, and opportunities of the platform work that create decent jobs and the sustain enterprises for the Indian economic development. I wish you all the productive discussion and positive outcome in advancing in this discourse on the issues related to the platform economy, and look forward to continue to our work with the OMI Foundation and other stakeholders present here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing the audience and highlighting ILO's great work in the platform economy. Dear friends, it's my pleasure and honor to have with us Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, as our guest of honor. Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari is a 1990 batch IS officer of the Karnataka cadre. He has held several key positions in the center and state. Within the Government of Karnataka, he has served in several departments from industries and commerce, urban infrastructure development and finance, and health. In the Government of India, he has served in the Ministries of Housing and Urban Affairs, Overseas Indian Affairs, Rural Development and Textiles. Sir, I welcome you and I request you to address our esteemed audience and inaugurate our flagship conference.
Good morning. Thank you, Anish. Madam Aishwarya Ramanji, Satushi-san, Dr. Sasi Kumar Apurva Kulkarni, Parulji, and other guests, and very enlightened audience. First of all, I would like to thank the OMI Foundation for getting me here, because the social protection and social security has been one of my very, what shall I say, area which I have liked quite a lot. And as Professor Sasi Kumar was saying, in Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, we used to do social security agreement for international workers, and with Parulji and Mr. Gautam, Bhardwaj, we also designed a pension product for the overseas Indian workers. I do not know where they are now, but I'm sure they were quite innovative when it was launched in somewhere around 2012. And at that time, when we used to do the negotiations with so many countries. It also forced us to look into our social protection system and see and after that I did my MPhil, so I wrote a dissertation also, and we found that the Indian social security system is a patchwork of different interventions. And particularly when the countries like Mr. Satoshi-san's country, like when we're doing with Japan, they asked so many questions about social security, and we are quite our wits' end to explain how and what the government is doing for social security. The gig and platform economy as very scholarly framed by Dr. Sasi Kumar, which is within the context of India developing, and as we have India 2047, Viksit Bharat, and the structural changes which are required, dynamic structure transformation required, and why the gig and platform economy becomes so important. Thank you very much, Professor Saab, for giving this reality check, because we should realize that whatever we are doing, it is linked and inextricably linked to the overall vision that we have for our country. And I will not like to go deeper into details about gig economy. Niti Aayog has done a report, and in the G20 also, we were part of the Ministry of Labor and Employment. So our job was to the future of the work part we did, and skill qualifications, etc. And another part was of the gig and platform economy and social security for that. So Ministry of Labor had 3 platforms. One was ours also. So we also contributed to New Delhi declaration on the social security part, particularly in the context of the skill qualifications and benchmarking, and how there should be a database between among the G20 countries, which can be utilized for a skill migration. And we were supported by the ILO and the OECD, and we are still working on that. And we continue to work with the Ministry of Labor and Employment to take it forward. Maybe perhaps this year's, when it happens in Brazil, then something more will come out of that. And we also analyzed quite a lot on the skill plan which was made by G20 in Bali Declaration, and all the 34 points which were there. And we have gone quite into detail, so I would not like to bore you on that. But just to convey that we are very much aware of what the Ministry of Labor or the Workers' Party is doing. And actually speaking, the Ministry of Skill Development initially came out 2014 from the Ministry of Labor and Employment only. And the Director General of Training was taken out, apprenticeship was taken out. Then we also took the NSDC from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Jan Shikshan Sansthan from MHRD, and then our ecosystem for short-term training and skilling has come up. So now we are also a patchwork of coalitions, I would say, in a sense that we have long-term training, short-term training, and such things. While I was talking to Parulji, it struck me that the one problem with India is that just like the Indian employers or the employees themselves, they do not consider social protection as necessary. Similar is the case with the skilling also. And when we talk about the skill premium, which the employers should give and the employees should insist, it is still quite lacking. On the top of that, we have the future of the work and the way the workplaces and workers, everything are changing. And the gig and platform economy is one example of that. So there also we find that the biggest problem is that everybody talks. Yesterday I was reading Business Standard, so there was one guy from McKinsey, He was saying the India's, how much India percent will grow. As Professor Sasikumar was saying, 7% certainly, but hopefully by 9%, 10%. And there also these guys were saying that the one problem with India is lack of skilled workforce. So when we have made a vision of 2047 and for India, and as Indians, irrespective of the political affiliation, we should think about that and actively use our mind and imagination to see what we can do. Whatever we try to do is that the social protection for our overall population will be figure in that. And with that, I would also say that whatever we say, whichever sector we do go, we have to see it through the skill lens as well. And there has been numerous studies which have showed that if you do this skilling as a factor of production, your competitiveness, your employment, your production, your GDP, everything increases. And this skilling has to be everywhere, omnipresent, and easily accessible. And it should be based on some fundamentals so that, as has often been said about social protection, which I was doing a Social Protection Security Act, it should be portable. So let me just for a moment take you back to what that has been thinking going on in the government. And we have been thinking of quite a transformative changes which is happening, and as was suggested by Aishwarya ji about that we have to stop looking from the binaries of formal, informal. And I can quote many examples from the skilling side also where we are getting into the cusp of informal and formal mix. The basic idea is that we have to, as has been said also, that we have to increase or amplify the definition of social security out of the, as Mr. Sasikumar was saying, out of the EPFO and Provident Fund and that kind of thing. We also have to include very important part, which is the access to the credit, the freedom to have a decent, attain a decent livelihood options, and also the availability of upskill or reskill or skill yourself. And the way the world is going to change, these are the three factors which are going to be very, very important. Now coming to the skilling side, I would say that if you are talking about social protection of gig and formal platform workers, we are doing a lot of things and a lot of experiments, and certainly the OMI report will be very, very useful to us for finding out how do we reach them and what kind of a package we give it to them, what will be the quid pro quo, and what should be the government grant and what should be their contribution. There is something which needs to be there, and as has been pointed out very persuasively, is that it has to be a shared responsibility in a sense that employers, employees, and the government put together. They have to devise a system whereby everybody does their own bite, and then ultimate result is that we have a large teeming population, which we have so far been calling a demographic dividend, which is not only skillful but is also taken care of. They also have social protection. So it is this area where we need to work. And I would say that perhaps this conference, this dialogue would certainly lead to more concrete examples. And it will work on the, like Madam is there, we are doing a study about the labor demand analysis. So the other day we were sitting, which organization is yours? NCR we are doing, and we went into the different sectors, and yesterday Mr. Rangarajan sir has also said that the India has to grow, and the what is that? Employment elasticity is not going to be one, and even though we are growing, we will not have so much employment. So there is a need for us to look into this kind of gig and platform workers, livelihood generations, entrepreneurship, startups. That is going to be very, very important. So we are doing a lot of things about the skilling part, but I would say that since it is more like an academic discussion today, and maybe some policy initiatives will come out of it. I would say, I would appeal that the skilling should be made part of the social security system. You can also, OMI Foundation can also engage with us separately so that we can also tell them that what is that we have been doing to make the skilling part, upskilling part accessible. And here I'd like to point out about the Skill India Digital Hub, which is a platform which we have created. And there where we'll all easily find on the micro-credentialing types, what are the kind of skills which you can gain, from where, at what cost, and how you can increase your relevance in the market. So that is also done on the AI ML basis, so there's quite a useful thing. We have also studied the 8-fold path, and we have taken all the modern technologies to give us the solutions to that. And as you know, as more and more people work with it, the system will further improve. So I would encourage and appeal to all of you. It's there in the App Store, so you can always, Skill India Digital, you can download it, see it, give your comments, and tell us and torment us, saying that this is what can be done to further improve it. Our idea is that this is one platform where the learners will be able to access what kind of skilling is required. When we are talking about the reskilling, upskilling, there's also, we have studied the Singapore model, and we understand that there has to be quite a take by the companies themselves. We also have to work, as we're saying, credit facilities, we're also working on the skill loans, so that these kind of skills are typically very expensive. They cannot be given on a grant basis, or partly. Then we also are working on the social impact bonds kind of thing, where we have the outcome-oriented skillings are also done. We are also thinking of having some kind of a system whereby instead of giving grants, the student decides and accesses this skilling. But more fundamental, and I'll leave this point, my discussion, my peroration here, is that most important part is that I don't know whether it is good or not. Professor Nair and Shashi Kumar and Professor Satoshi may have a different view on this. But after the National Education Policy 2020 has come, skilling is being seen as a part of the school to work continuum transition. So we are more on the education side rather than on the employment and labor side, which used to be earlier. But it doesn't prevent us, or it should not lead us to be oblivious of the need of the social security for the skilled worker. And to that extent, we have we are working with the Quest Foundation, we are working with the Vadhwani Foundations, dealing with the employability skills, whereby the digital skills, financial skills are required. And as Madam Parul was saying, we certainly have a relook and saying that we also teach them how to use with their money. How can they take care of their own social protection by way of the instruments available in the market. So that is one area which is my my information, my wisdom, which I gained here today, ma'am. Thank you very much. So we'll work on that. The education, about the portability is the part is that there is a Skill India Digital Hub is there, then there is also a student registry is there, and there is also something called credit framework is there. So there are two things which are happening which will lead, which have an implications for the gig and platform economy workers themselves. And these are the following. One is that there is a change in the national curriculum framework whereby the skilling is being made part of the education 9, 10, 11, 12. Recently, those who read newspapers, you would have read Mint or Indian Express last Sunday, where there was a big, good article about how these things are being taken up in Delhi. In the Delhi schools, there are some specialized schools which they have made. So the idea is that the students are exposed to skilling at the school level. In the higher education institutions, the skilling is being made part of as a part of degree apprenticeship, as part of the internship, as part of the apprenticeship embedded degree courses. And we are working with the AICTE and UGC. They have brought a lot of guidelines, and we are spearheading that because it is the skilling part. we are finding that there are a lot of curriculums which are taking into account actual on-the-job courses, also portable courses, and also credit-based courses, which are not generally part of the overall curriculum. For example, UGC gives, an AICT has given approval to the colleges and universities that they can have 50% of their things on the skill side. So that's a huge change which we are thinking. So just like we have to, the social security experts have to think beyond pensions. Similarly, we have to see beyond degrees, and we have to go into the actual certificate, diplomas, and work-related certifications. That is one part. Another very fundamental thing has happened, which is about the credit framework. So the first time that whatever we learn, either in school, in the classrooms, or labs, practicals, or experiential, all these three dimension credits have been provided. And for the first time that whatever we do as a skilling is also made as a part of, depending on number of hours, as a credit, which can be there as part of your academic bank of credit. So whatever the certificate which we are going to give in the education as well as in the skilling, the credit will be linked there, and these are going to link to the academic bank of credit, which is a DigiLocker kind of a system. So the point I'm trying to say is that the digital public good which is being created for education and skilling, that can also have a reference to the gig and platform economy, and you can tell, your expert group can tell us how we can link and the gig and platform economy, people working there, so they are able to upskill themselves or reskill themselves. So A, that they remain relevant to the market, B, they are not stuck at one place, and they're able to grow up in the value chain of the employment as well. So with that, I would like to conclude my thoughts on this, and I would say that, Aishwarya ji, that it has been quite, I was wondering why I'm coming here, but now that I've come here and started thinking, I see there's a lot of things which we can do together. And insofar as skill and social protections are both the uncared children for the Indian policymakers, so perhaps we can join hands and do something for skills as well as social protection, and see that our teeming population, work-age population, have both, which is the decent living conditions backed by the social protection, as well as the skills to move forward in life, so that we are able to take our country at 2047 where we ought to be, and we must be there by working collectively and together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for addressing and bringing out the government's work and initiatives in advancing social protection for platform workers, and also highlighting the importance of skilling for the sector. I now invite Aishwarya Raman to present a memento to Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari as a token of our gratitude. I request Aishwarya to also present a memento to Mr. Satoshi Sasaki as a token of our gratitude. I now invite Apurv to present a memento to Dr. Sasi Kumar as a token of our gratitude. I kindly request our distinguished guest for a group photo before. I also invite the Future of Work team at OMI Foundation, Prakash Gupta, Jagrati Arora, and Shahnawaz Khan, to join our esteemed guests for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for your time. Dear friends, the stage will now be all set for our first panel discussion of the day, titled Sustainable Social Protection in India's Platform Economy. As the setup takes place, allow me to set the context for today's discussion. This panel will delve into the challenges and opportunities for crafting sustainable social protection systems within India's burgeoning platform economy. It will explore how innovative policy frameworks can support the unique needs of platform workers, ensuring their access to identifying effective strategies for integrating social protection measures that are both scalable and sustainable, fostering a resilient and inclusive economic model. It's my honor to welcome our esteemed panelists. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Prakash Gupta, Lead, Center for Inclusive Mobility, OMI Foundation. Prakash, I request you to take the stage. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage now. Chairing the session will be Shri Vrijesh Upadhyay. Sir is the chairperson governing body of Dantopad Tengadi National Board for Workers' Education and Development, Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India. He also served as the General Secretary of the Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, with a Master's in Human Resource focused on labour and industrial relations from Pondicherry University. He is committed to advancing workers' welfare and engagement. Welcome, sir. Our second panelist is Dr. Bonali Bhandari. Dr. Bhandari is a distinguished professor at the National Council of Applied Economics Research, specializing in international economics and macroeconomics, with a focus on globalization's impact on development. With a PhD from the University of Oregon, Eugene, USA, her expertise extends to skilling, e-governance, infrastructure, climate financing, FDI, and trade-related matters. She plays a key role in managing the NCAAR's quarterly business expectation surveys. We welcome you, ma'am. Our next panelist is Dr. Dhanya MB. She's a fellow coordinator at the Center for Labor Market Studies and the coordinator for the Center for Integrated Labor History Research Program at VV Giri National Labor Institute. She holds a PhD in economics, focusing on self-employment and rural women empowerment. Dr. Dhanya coordinates key research centers at VVGNLI and has contributed significantly to policy initiatives of the Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India. Welcome, ma'am. Our next panelist is Ms. Saujanya Sridharan. Ms. Sridharan is a senior manager at Apti Institute, specializing in non-profit organization management. With a background in corporate social responsibility and policy analysis, she is adept at leveraging her analytical and communication skills. Ms. Sridharan holds a master's in development studies and is recognized for her dedication to social impact initiatives. We welcome you, ma'am. Our next panelist is Ms. Yamuna Sastry. Ms. Sastry is the founder of Financial Literacy Inclusion Projects and co-founder Cap Dost and Dwara Money. Her venture, Cap Dost, is a pioneering tech-based social enterprise in India dedicated to enhancing financial dignity and inclusion among taxi drivers by assisting them with income tax returns. With diverse experience, Ms. Sastri's impactful contributions have earned her recognition at prestigious forums globally. She was also recognized as a Women Transforming India in 2018 by Niti Aayog. We welcome you, ma'am. Our final panelist is Ms. Suchita Datta. Ms. Datta is the Executive Director of the Indian Staffing Federation with over 19 years of expertise in marketing, communications, technology, and research. With a background in global staffing firms, she excels in communications, brand development, and technology initiatives. She holds a degree in strategic management from IIM Calcutta, mass communication and economics. Her leadership at ISF focuses on fostering strategic relationships and facilitating industry growth. I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you, Prakash, to initiate the panel discussion.
Thank you, Anish. Before we start, good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome you all for this exciting panel discussion with our esteemed guests at my panel. Sustainable social protection in platform economy. Before that, I would like to give a little context about the social protection. A social protection system is something that protects an individual from risk and vulnerability throughout his or her life. These protections could be health insurance, protection from unemployment, etc. Now, as we move forward, I would invite Dr. Rajesh to put opening remarks, and I would specifically, sir, seek your comment on what should be the shared responsibility of industry, workers, and the government in designing a sustainable social protection framework for platform economy.
Thank you very much, Prakashji. I'm really grateful to OMI for inviting me, giving this opportunity to interact this wonderful content subject. Before beginning, I would like to appreciate the efforts, exercise carried out by the team to bring out such a wonderful conclusion for very important content we are debating, discussing everywhere. Thank you very much for this efforts. So I have 2-3 points to refer here. One is this work culture we are discussing today. It is platform worker, flexi, whatever we say. I think this has been part of our economy since Vedic period. Because of introduction of technology and use of different terminologies, it got the shape and name that we are discussing today. So this is very important part of our economy. If we take it in that context, really it is going to serve the purpose and the objective we are having. And taking that note, if I connect with the second labor commission, it's a recommendation to a very, I think, significant thrust was given by second labor commission to the unorganized sector workers. But unfortunately, that could not see in most of its recommendations, could not get the light. From here, I begin my points to say. The organization, the individuals, the many, many more, those who are part of labor ecosystem. I really appreciate them. They are doing wonderful job. They may be academics, researchers, labor economists, trade unionists, many, many more. But one thing I am very constant to say here, suppose this outcome of this, if we are able to push it in policy making, here I mean to say implementation, execution, until things are not being pushed to that level, whatever exercises are being carried out, efforts are being made, what is the result going to be this? To connect you people all, you might know we have a 3-4 type of wonderful schemes. Wonderful, I purposely say. We have a scheme for BOC workers. We have a scheme, Mathadi Kamgar workers in Maharashtra. Their welfare schemes are. Kerala government headload workers scheme. and very recent one in Rajasthan for gig and platform worker. Of course, there are certain very good features in these schemes. When we refer this Social Security Code 2020, which gives a very small window reference for unorganized sector, nothing is written so far. When I'm meeting academics, when I'm discussing them, whenever this will be open, what will be the first sentence to draw to address it? Of course, the context references will be taken from these ongoing existing schemes. So would it be better, would it be advisable if academics or persons, individuals, organizations in the ecosystem needs to exhaust the existing schemes, know the good features of these schemes. If we can see, yesterday a group of delegation came to me, they were saying, we have demand 50,000 for maternity leave. I said, of course, one cannot say 50,000, 60,000. But the basic thing is, if it is designed there, if again we are not exhausting the existing schemes, it will be very blind direction to say Social Security Code 2020 is going to do something very different. Not at all. So my submission, my address, request, whatever term you consider, the time has come to work in sync, to push execution. Until this is not taken for consideration, in isolation, a good job is being carried out by all such stakeholders. But in these 75 years, I am part of this labor movement since last 42 years. And the struggle is at the very same. So a big, bold question has emerged now, execution. Since last 10 years, wherever I am going, to whomsoever I am meeting, I do discuss, address, request them, brother, come out and discuss, finding the means and base for execution, to ensuring execution. My friends in trade union movement, they were struggling. No, in labor codes, minimum base, something like that. I said, okay, 1 lakh bhi likh diya jaye if you are getting satisfied to buy the. If having book arrangement going to satisfy, a lot is there in the books. What is actually on the ground? So, with this one, when we refer sustainability, sustainability in terms of what? Sustainability in terms of certain design of a scheme, sustainability in terms of some finance. BOC, there is a huge amount finance. No one could be able to utilize that funds. So there is enough fund. So what terms of sustainability we think? So would it be better, friends, because I am from the another part, I had been part of this movement, I have been part of the, from the, where this benefit is going to extended. So all the stakeholders needs to come sit once, find the means how to address the execution content. Until it is not taken up, and together, if all the stakeholders comes together and decides, it is going to definitely find some light, some base. Otherwise, I refer the Second Labour Commission, the wonderful exercise you people have carried out. Many friends, organizations are doing the well. So I feel little pain. In spite of all such serious efforts, things are not getting throwing light for, are not becoming the part of policy making. So from here I would say, a strong need has emerged to ensure implementation until it is the exercises carried out so far, what fate it is going to have, and sometime it might not be good to hear you people. I generally used to say, the inside room discussion, this academic discussion, if it is not going down, we need to think where it is going to be. And if really we are serving the purpose, the need is there. They have no mean business what you people have done until it is reaching to them. So some way out, some way forward, if we emerge from today's discussion, I think it is going to be really great. And again, with this work, by the efforts you people have made, I really appreciate this. Thank you very much for this.
Sir, thanks for your opening remarks. You referred a lot of themes, execution being the center of your opening remark, and some of the key terminologies that we tend to use, how they are placed in the real world. Thanks for your comments, sir. On that note, I would request Saujanya to speak about some of the innovative approaches that government and industry can take. While you do that, Saujanya, I would like you to talk about some of the pioneering work that you are doing with Driver Advisory Council with mobility platform workers.
Hello. Hi. Hi to everybody. I'm Saujanya. I lead the Tech and Labor vertical at APTI Institute. Thank you for having me here, first of all. And it's a pleasure to hear about all the wonderful research that other colleagues are doing here. Having said that, I'd like to draw your attention to some of APTI's ongoing efforts to cement a culture of dialogue between workers and platforms, right? And what has been our, insight from 5 years of research in this space is that often platform work is discrete and remote simultaneously. So it's very difficult to see your boss, let alone your colleagues in this space. And humanizing the boss on the other end has been a consistent demand of platform workers itself. And this has been our mainstay of how to think about interventions in the platform economy. When we started doing this work in 2019, conversations about platform work and regulation were lagging, not just in India, but also globally, while the intent to engage ran high among workers with some willingness among certain platforms. So the question in front of us was, how do we bring platforms and workers to the table? And in a milieu where unions were not being recognized, one, but also unions in sometimes cease to represent the interest and aspirations of the different workers that constitute the platform gig economy. So how do we do this was a question that we embarked to answer, and in doing so, we spoke to workers across different platforms and different types of work, from data annotation and click work to more traditional, more visible platform-based labor arrangements such as cab drivers and so on. And we also spoke to platforms. And we convened all of them in many conversations, brought them in the room. And what emerged was we need a space to speak to each other. And this ad hoc institutional, ad hoc arrangements where one person convenes a workshop doesn't work out in the long run. It's not sustainable. And it was this impulse that led us to build what we call the Driver Advisory Council with Uber in India. And what the Driver Advisory Council simply does is it brings together driver representatives from around the country. Currently, we have representatives from 9 cities that account for over 85% of Uber's revenue in India. And this initiative was launched in March 2022, has been running for nearly 2 years now. In fact, in 2 days, we marked the 2nd anniversary. It's in its 2nd installment. And what the Driver Advisory Council has interestingly been able to achieve is affect some change in how platforms design their own apps and design their own policies. For instance, for the longest time, Uber in India had email-based logins on their app. And emails IDs and passwords are hard to remember for us, let alone drivers. And one of the biggest demands that we got from workers was, we're familiar with OTPs. Can you change it to OTP-based logins? And that might seem like a small, platform level change, but that has consequently reduced calls for support by over 85%, right? And the other thing is, all of us are very familiar with drivers calling you and being like, "Ab kahan jana hai? Aapka payment mode kya hai?" and so on. So and they said, you can solve this by giving us some visibility, at least in the direction of where we have to drop someone. You don't have to give us the exact location, because that would mean privacy and security concerns, but at least tell us it's in the direction of Chanakyapuri. It's in the direction of Sona Road in Gurgaon. And the second thing was, give us upfront fair visibility, and as well as mode of payment, right? Whether it's online, offline, card, and so on. We were able to change that, and that has definitely contributed to reduction in cancellations across different cities, particularly in tier 1 cities, where traffic is a concern. So drivers' mnemonics about whether this is a good ride or not ride is all based on being able to calculate fare against distance, and so on. And then more recently, one of the topics that has been a long stay of the DAC proceedings is social protection itself, right? And we've been discussing social protections within the DAC mechanism for over 2 years now. And what has emerged and would be of interest to all researchers in the room is a need to understand and unpack worker aspirations, right? And nobody wants to be treated by a paternalistic state that assumes and designs welfare programs for them without keeping in mind the empirical realities of platform-mediated digital labor in this day and age. And that has been a big part of our current research, right? Which is to think about how these regulations are designed and how do you make it participatory but also reflective of workers' demands and aspirations itself. Just like today, we're trying to think about the supply side dynamics for social protection, the other side of the coin is the demand among workers for social protection measures. And as many eminent speakers so far have pointed out, there is appetite among workers to be involved in decisions about their own welfare. If that means introducing contributory measures that bring consumers also into the conversation, that should be a focus of regulatory discussions going forward. What has been encouraging is to witness the shift of the Overton window within India's platform regulation discourse itself. We're no longer, hamstrung by the debate of employment versus informal arrangement. We think everybody deserves social protection, so that is a promising start. Now, I think the focus should move towards how do you involve workers in this conversation. While the BOCW and the Mathari Workers Board are all encouraging precedents that give us an idea and rubrics to think about design of social protections for informal labor force, it is a little bit blinkered to say that we can apply those lessons directly to digitally mediated labor, because contemporary labor arrangements do not and will not resemble the earlier patterns of labor arrangement. So that is my humble submission to all researchers as well as policymakers in the room, which is to keep in mind that workers need to be involved in this conversation. Mechanisms like the DAC are one way of thinking about how you can bring platforms to the table as well as workers to the table and mediate for not just a conversation, but also a culture of trust between these two entities. And this is where civil society organizations like APTI come in, which is we are the independent neutral IRB that runs this process. And I appeal to other CSOs in the room to explore such formats for dialogues and engage with us if needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Aujanya. I noticed a couple of great points from your side. One, the paternalism that exists in the social protection and how workers could be involved to design social protection as per their aspirations. And now on that point, I would like to invite Yamuna and to connecting to what Dr. Sasi Kumar said in the morning about the adequacy of the quantum of benefits that is required, and we have 10 kinds of different social protection benefits, but with less quantum of that really make no difference or makes it less effective in a person's life. Now, finance is an important challenge in meeting social protection need. Yamuna, I would like to hear from you how this financial gap can be addressed by the technology and how technology can be used so in sort of fulfilling this finance linked to social protection.
First of all, thank you so much for this invite, and I think this is one of the most need of the hour engagement, and especially with multiple stakeholders. So just to give a brief, I started CabDost, that was tax filing for taxi drivers in India. It all started because the contract workforce are not included, and without IT returns or a tax proofs, there's no credible track record. So we advocated tax returns on ground for more than 2.5 lakh gig workforce from Assam to Kanyakumari. Tax is a fear factor. However, I can proudly say that Team CabDost and Team Dwara Money, right? Today we have processed around 78,000 IT returns from 500 cities digitally. And the claim is they get to get their hard-earned TDS refunds back. Around 4 million tax refunds have gone back. If you see in the latest income tax department survey, right, like the number of people, number of contract workforce, section 194 that they have filed, 98 lakh people had filed in the last year. So the inclusion is not there. Just imagine 98 lakh people have the income proofs. So the rest of the people will go for loan sharks. So I would like to touch base on a few learnings that we have done in last 8 years. So I'll consolidate in PPP model, public-private partnerships model. That's how we have worked. So first thing first, the gig workforce also should have that appetite and acceptance to to absorb the social security. Not all the social security will come on day one, right? You have to figure it out. And consistently, they also have to own. For example, if you go ask them, have their personal accident insurance, the government that is giving us a benefit, right? They might not even maintain that zero balance enough for that the next year it is not renewed. So similarly, emergency fund, pandemic was one of the best use cases for them to understand that though we are daily wages, do they have an emergency fund? So the first piece before all the other stakeholders, the first important stakeholder is the worker. So the second thing that I wanted to put forth is with respect to the platforms. We have worked for different financial products like tax filing, micro insurance, as low as 299 rupees, and we've worked on credit. So one thing that between the financial services companies that are serving the gig workforce and the platform economy, right? So there's this thin line demarcation that even the platform companies want to create a revenue channels even in the social security offerings. So I'll give a use case. The cost of credit for a children education loan that our gig workforce pays is anywhere between 24% to 40%. Boss, if I have to go out for an abroad education, I still get access. If I have to, someone has to do MBA, they get access. The top 3 priorities that gig workforce always look up to, the first is the children welfare, second is their livelihood welfare, third comes to their own welfare. So we should look at that order of priority. The platform should not make the social security offerings as their lead passing to the companies and expect a cut out of it or a revenue out of it. Instead, they really have to, if you're looking at it as a revenue model, fair, well and good. You have to have additional revenue models. However, can you say these are the top 5 things that they should not be linked to the lead-based or a revenue model, especially the cost of credit part, right? And the next thing that I have for the platform organizations, right? So if you go to the other parts of the world, right, after 14 hours, Uber stops. Okay. Here, if you just have a conversation, sorry, I'm just picking one of the organizations, right? So um, all including DoorDash and other organizations, right? So I have been talking to a lot of gig workforce. It could be especially cabbies, right? So their access to take the rides is always there, 24 hours. First thing first, they work, and later they have some alternative driver who works. That's a cross digital identity. How safe it is for the end people also. And just imagine this consistent, this attrition, what people are not understanding is, if I am driving 18 hours a day, I'm not going back home for a week, to what, and my capacity to work like this is not more than 3 to 4 years. That's why our attrition is so terrible, and a small policy intervention that more than 14 hours, it should pop up, these are basic humanity interventions. Forget about social welfare interventions, right? And the next piece is, especially for the platform organizations is, see, there's always this tug of war between the unions and workers on the base pay and incentive. I have worked with multiple organizations. They fair decently have their gold, diamond, silver partners or something, right? Even if that incentives can be linked to the number of tenure in the organization, then even the organizations can do something. See, if I am the organization, right, if they're not staying more than 3 months, I don't know whom to serve, or I don't know whom to pass this benefit portfolio, right? But we should set the tone right, saying that if and above more than 12 months, X thing would go, right? That kind of incentive linked to the duration with the gig workforce, that is not communicated. So the base pay discussion is a larger thing. I'm passing that. And another thing is, it is, for example, the checklist of supporting children or women in gig workforce families, right? That is also extremely important. The power of collective people capital is there with platforms. If that is utilized right, I think the financial welfares will become a smaller aspect. So, and that needs to be done in consistent way. One of the things that when we did our surveys, they said most of the gig workforce are concerned about their children who are above 5th grade till education. Even small aspects of upskilling women in the gig workforce, or upskilling the children through mentor connect programs or career counseling programs, skill development in their gig workforce. These kind of in-kind partnerships also play a large role. Now, quickly getting into the sustainable form. So I just personally want to take what we have done, and I'm just sharing it. So 2016-17, we went on roads and we spoke about tax filing. Now we are in 2023. The tax filing duration is June, July. So our gig workforce, now they're doing advance payments for IT returns. Have you even, all of us sitting here, we would have not given advance payment for our own chartered accountants, because they know that that's a small window. Personally, the number is smaller, but that behavioral transition, that okay, I need to do my ITR, this is my 4th year ITR, 3rd year ITR, right? And the window is shorter, and they're actually putting their money on the table. So each organization, if they can pick their top 3 and consistently do a nudges, digital nudges, then the sustainability works. So I think just focus on 3 things and make that right over a period of time. The last but not least that I want to put forth here is, this is not for the platform, this is for the government and other partnerships. So when we work with 360 degree. We have even worked with setting up tax desks and financial literacy desks in the airport driver parking areas. We worked with likes of Maruti for their servicing centers. So we have worked with organizations like Vision Spring where they're working for eye screening. I think it's about connecting the dots in the ecosystem. Just the platform alone is not the leading legend to social security, right? It's a collective effort. Maruti, likes of uh, the car companies, the bike companies, even they are making revenues out of all this new age economies, right? One thing that I have thought is, a social impact communication nudges. Assume if you say these are the top 3 social welfare that we need to set things right. When they go to airport, the driver parking area they should see. When they go to their car centers, they have to see. When the app aggregators, they have to see. So this kind of consistent nudges through multiple ecosystem is the way for bringing them onto just, we don't have to support, we have to make them understand that this is important and you have to take your time out, right? Long story short, most of the organizations do nudges if they are not coming on board, or if they're missing, if there's attrition, but there's no nudges for social security, right? It could be as simple as, have you renewed your personal accident insurance? So these are the small kind of financial nudges that will take, and I think from the time whichever organization starts, you have to have that patience and appetite for 24 months. Because in that 24 months, this person who's handling this, right, 3 people would have changed in the organization, and this falls off. So thank you again. I hope this was helpful.
Thanks, Emuna. Really enriching response. And a couple of things that stand out is the preferences that workers have, some for social protection, such as livelihood welfare, children education, should be kept in mind. And if you notice, these are not very standard social protection that we have generally in the list. So to that, I will go to Dr. Bonali Bhandari, who has done a very interesting work on the food delivery platforms, very enriching and insightful report. And that one finding that I could remember and I want to expand was food delivery platforms as a tool of social protection. And I would request you to speak about the research and unpack this particular finding for us. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me, Prakash. Thank you, Aishwarya, also. What we did is we interviewed about 1,000 food delivery platform workers from one company in April and May 2022 across India, both including Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 cities. And we used a special framework of entry, experience, and exit to assess them and understand what how the platforms were affecting them. So entry also included people, we also asked them about their past jobs. Rather we asked them, what were you doing previously before joining this particular platform? And then what are the entry barriers, if any? Or how easy or difficult was it to enter the platform? What was the experience? And then, of course, exit. So based on those results, the particular question that you asked, that the food delivery platform itself acts as a tool for social protection. The answer is that when we asked them, why did you join food delivery platform, 67% said high income. And by the way, that's the response also why people leave the food delivery platform. So if you ask me how the food delivery platform it's not a career option. It's a stopgap arrangement. It's a gig job in the Western context of a gig job, short-term arrangement, and it helps you earn income. It helps you add to a family income, and it's not aspirational. So when we think about platform work, and I'm specifically using the word platform, the platform work as a career option, is it a career option or not, is something that we need to think about. For some people, yes, but not for majority of people. And that comes me to the second point, whether it acts as a social security protection. Yes, because remember we did it during April to May 2022 when we were just coming out of the pandemic after 2 years. So what we found is that workers, only 9% of workers in our, out of the 1,000, approximately 1,000 workers said that they joined the platform because they did not have a job or there was loss in business and so on and so forth. But actually 30% of the workers were actually unemployed or did not have a job prior to joining the platform. When we looked at the occupations, they were actually all kinds. It was very even hard for us to pinpoint that they came from a particular point. Though we found that majority of drivers, they could be in any industry, but their occupations are mostly drivers or salespeople are the people who joined the platform. That could also be that they're the ones who lost the job first. So we find that it almost acted like a Manrega during the in the urban sector during the pandemic, especially, is that they acted that they were that they joined the platform because it was easy to enter. I'm talking about again food delivery platform only. All you need is a mobile phone and a two-wheeler or access to a two-wheeler, and you can get online. You get a few hours of training or 1 day or 2 days of training, and you can be online and join the platform. So the easy entry conditions made it the food delivery platform particularly very easy to enter to enter the platform work. So that is the thing. And what we found is that there were people there for both long shift working, that is 12 hours of a slot, or there were people working on a few hours of slot. And there were about 50% of workers who were married or not. But mostly, majority of these workers, at least in this particular sample, was that they were very young. They were less than 30 years old, less than 35 years old. So they were very young, and almost 20 to 30% who entered this workforce to enter the food delivery platform were actually students, or this was their first job. So this was a step up for them in a way to get some experience. When we talk about the apprenticeship or internship systems around the country, this was a very quick way of getting the internship. And a point, what we found is that it was easy to enter, so therefore it became a backup option for many, many people. The most interesting part is that we found is that it's not just, we tend to think of workers who are working it as full 12-hour shifts, but we found that a large share of workers were working for 5-6 hours. They have normal jobs, 9 to 5, but they find is that after 5 o'clock, they can work here for 4 or 5 hours and earn some extra additional income. And the last bit that I think would be very interesting is that we found that platform worker was quite aspirational, or relatively more aspirational in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And the tier 3 cities is almost, the platform work gave them a sort of a freedom. Remember, they're mostly probably living with families and joint families. So the platform gave them, using a casual word, using the word is Tushan, or just going around the city with a uniform gives them some credibility, and in your motorbike, and it is as it could be aspirational also, and they were earning good money. So it is. So we've found that in our sample, and I don't know how it pans out the rest of India in other sectors, but in our sample in food delivery platform, we found that it was creating local jobs. That was the majority were non-migrant workers. Another thing that I found, this was during this research, is that there are a portion of workers who are doing commuting. That is, they live in the villages, but they travel to the city, like tier 3 cities which are near bordering villages, within 50 kilometers. They would travel and work in the city. So even what they are earning could actually have a positive impact. When it comes to social security, I want to, because I've actually done some prior work on direct benefit transfers and skilling. So I was very interested to know both. And here I actually want to repeat Sir's point. I think it was very, very important, that skilling should be part of the social security ecosystem. I am a believer, so I actually had asked, we had actually asked questions about skilling and also about their social security. And here I want to distinguish between social security as given, social welfare net as given by the government, and social security as given by the employer. The question is that when we say digitally mediated labor, the other thing important is that here you have very, it's a task-based job. You know that if you deliver to this point, we're talking about low-skill jobs, you take even though most of them are 10th grade pass or 12th grade pass, the median was a 12th grade pass, or 10th grade pass. The point is that they're still low-skilled. They're actually engaged in low-skilled jobs. So they got, so when we asked them about social, the other thing is, it's task-based job, deliverables-based job, and the third point is we are unsure whether they are employers or contractors. So this is a point, this is overlooked, that in the Social Security Code we just assume that they are actually self-employed workers, but are they? This is a question that is being asked in the West, but we are not asking that enough here. And so it changes the notion that there's always this tension that they are not strictly our workers, therefore why should the platforms pay? And whereas the workers, of course, feel that they're working very long shift, they deserve the social security. And this is a tension that could be solvable by more studies like ours, empirically, across companies, across workers. And what in our particular sample, what we find is that 67% of the workers were actually accessing the PDS. So one of my things which I want to say, what Sir said, why don't you access the already available social welfare nets that are available, fully utilize them? I don't know how many of you saw yesterday, there was a news. Yesterday, the Supreme Court has announced that everybody on e-Shram should get PDS. Like, great, this is wonderful. My first reaction was, my platform workers get access to PDS. Just the low-hanging fruit, can we change that so that they get on something? Something is better than nothing. While we think of designing systems for them, can we get them on existing schemes? Ayushman Bharat, it may not be perfect. State welfare schemes, state health schemes, it may not be perfect. I understand that. But while we think of this designing very complicated systems, it will take us time. Why don't we get them on existing social welfare nets? That was my thing. So I was very happy to see the news yesterday. But that aside, coming back to more formal, now the thing is that, by the way, awareness was very low. So when Ma'am Vandana was talking about, or I think Driver is saying, I mean, what platforms can do is create awareness. I mean, if it's a simple thing is, create awareness about existing social security schemes, get them onto existing social security schemes, the government ones at least. So I mean, that's a low-hanging fruit for me. You know, why can't we do that? And other thing is, the other thing is that for the employer-provided social security schemes, in my particular sample, as I said, they provided 100% accident insurance. So yes, it is very important that they get accident insurance, but some of them were not getting health insurance at all in their previous jobs. And here, what we did is a very carefully comparing people to their current jobs and their previous jobs to understand, is it a better or not? So a lot of people, what we Social Security called the non-platform gig workers, so they were not even getting any social security in their previous jobs. They were getting paid leave and some contribution to their pensions. So as we design these systems, as we go ahead, I think the point is that, you know, my policy implication is very, very simple, that get them onto existing government benefits, and for the employer benefits, we need to think about what to finance, how to finance, and for whom to finance. I mean, these are the classical economics questions that we ask, what and how and for whom. And that's something we need to think about as we go in detail about it. Of course, I prefer as universalization. I think will solve the problem, but universalization is expensive. Maybe as a middle-income country, low middle-income country, may not be able to afford it. So then we have to think about the second best solutions about designing platform boards. And that's where this thing. So I think Sir's point, again, I want to say, let's look at the existing boards, look at these existing schemes, and let's see what, you know, let's use the existing ones at least before this thing. And my third point is skilling. We actually asked the workers that what skilling and what were you learning? So one person I met in Panipat said, "Madam, I went to college. I may be a college dropout, but I went to college. Of course, I know how to speak English." I said, "Sorry." But we asked them, so they actually get some training when they enter the workforce. They are constantly getting training, online training, whether they're upskilling and reskilling. So we actually found out that, and many of them are actually students. So for them, it's a part-time job, which is adding to income and some skilling and some, if you want to think, some job experience. So one of the things we asked them, what did you learn, why did you leave, or what did you think are going to be useful? Some people said nothing, of course, but some people said learning English, GPS, customer relations, how to deal with people, difficult people, are extremely important skills that we learned as we go on into the future. So their skilling system is happening. And again, here I want to just say, remember we're talking about food delivery platform workers who are very young, or relatively young, easy entry and exit. For them, skilling, social, maybe they are not thinking about pension. I mean, they're the cool dudes who are going around the city. We're talking about 99% men, that was in our sample. They're cool dudes going around the city. They're not thinking about pension or getting old. But yes, they are thinking about good quality jobs. So then here I want to beg that we need to think about good quality jobs. Our platform's providing that. But they're providing a job, but is it the job? That is a different thing. But if you want the platforms to be a step up to other kind of the job, then I think we need to think about what platforms are providing and think about that. It's not just about the pensions, it's also about skilling. And that we need to think about as we go ahead or as we step up to this exercise. And by the way, this kind of model exists around the world. If you think about Denmark, the flex security thing, of course they have a whole system and we can't reproduce or replicate the whole ecosystem, but they have systems where that if you don't want to get unemployment insurance, you can sign up for a skilling program. So if platforms are providing that kind of thing already, why not leverage it? And of course give them portability and credit things so that they can go forward. They're young people, they can get another job. On that note, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Burnali. From the field-based research to the policy, I would like to invite Dr. Thanya, who's connected with us online, to mention, to speak about the Code on Social Security, how India's approach is different from the approach of the major economies around the world, and is it possible that some of the countries' Code on Social Security becomes model for some countries to adopt? Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I missed this occasion to present physically with all of you, and also I'd like to thank Aishwarya for the invite. Yes, of course, the Code on Social Security 2020 was one of the first legislation around the world extending social security benefits to gig and platform workers. And also India's approach to social protection for gig and platform workers differ from that of major economies in several ways. Like if you look at the policy framework, India has taken steps to address the needs of gig and platform workers through various policy initiatives like Code on Social Security, then e-Shram portal, and also various other collaborative efforts by the gig and platforms and the government. And Code on Social Security extending social security benefits to gig and platform workers, acknowledging their contribution to the economy This approach contrasts with other countries where gig workers may not have the same level of formal recognition or protection. For example, in most of the South Asian countries. At a broadly global level, a few countries adopted regulations like Belgium, France, Italy, and Portugal made amendments to existing labor legislations to include platform workers. But countries like China and Canada have specific and standalone legislations. And now the US, Washington and the city of Seattle, and they have sector-based legislation to regulate the platform work. However, in the context of India, we have specialized laws extending social protection to platform workers. And as you know, the registration of informal workers is a major step for formalizing their employment status, giving them a sense of legitimacy and identify in the workplace. Registering workers helps in collecting accurate data on the informal sector, and which is crucial for policy making and implementing targeted interventions. And registered workers can benefit through skill development programs and access to social security and collecting data for implementing policies. So India has introduced a scheme for registration and recognition of gig and platform workers through e-Shram portal. Also, it is connected with Pradhan Mantri PM SYM and also APY, Adult Pension Yojana. And these initiatives aims to provide pension and other social security benefits to unorganized workers, including gig workers. And in contrast, many major economies have yet to formalize recognition and registration process of gig workers. And India has also encouraged collaboration between gig platforms and the government to facilitate the social protection initiatives for workers. For example, India's approach may involve the mandatory contributions from both the platform companies and the workers themselves towards social security schemes. Like the Social Security Code is setting up the Social Security Fund for meeting the social security and welfare needs. And the gig companies will have to put aside 1 to 2% of their annual turnover to the Social Security Fund for their workers. And the fund will be administered by the government, and also contributions it too will be mainly from the aggregators. This differs from certain countries where contributions to social security for gig workers may be voluntary or less structured. In contrast, some major economies, there may be more resistance or limited collaboration between gig platforms and government entities regarding workers' benefits. And you also might be knowing that the Ola partners with the Ayushman Bharat to add extensive healthcare benefits for driver partners and their families. As part of this partnership, the two organizations will work in tandem to identify the driver partner eligibility to the scheme and provide them with access to benefits under this PMJAY scheme. And while India has made strides in policy formulation, challenges remain in effectively implementing and enforcing these policies, particularly given the large informal sector workers and diverse nature of gig work. And major economies may face similar challenges, but the scale of complexity differ based on the specific socioeconomic context of each country. Overall, India's approach to social protection to gig platform workers reflects a combination of policy formulation, collaboration with stakeholders, and efforts to address the unique needs of this workforce within country's socio-economic framework. And India's code provides a definition of gig and platform workers, establishing a legal framework for their rights and benefits. And in some other countries, gig workers may fall into a regulatory gray area making it challenging to determine their entitlements. And as you know that the Code on Social Security, and when it broadly ranged the benefits covering the aspects like health insurance and maternity benefit and disability coverage, in comparison with other countries may have more limited benefits or eligibility criteria for gig workers. And while India's approach signifies progress in acknowledging the needs of gig workers, challenges in implementing and enforcing the Social Security Code effectively remain. And at the same time, when we look at whether other countries can emulate India model, and other countries can certainly emulate aspects of India's model for social security, especially for platform. And like in the other countries can study and adapt these kind of models, like according to their context and considering the size of gig economy, the labor legislation, then existing social protection and infrastructure. And several countries have extended certain social security protection, especially to platform workers. And we're looking at how other countries can emulate India's schemes, then it's mainly have to establish mechanism for gig workers to register themselves and gain recognition as formal workers eligible for social protection benefits, and also providing healthcare benefits and insurance coverage to gig workers, either through the public health schemes or by mandatory platforms to contribute to health insurance. And also enforcing labor laws to protect rights of gig workers, including fair wages and working hours and access to grievance mechanisms, and offering training and training programs and skill development initiatives to enhance the employability and earning potential of gig workers, and collaborating, and a major aspect of collaborating with gig economy platforms to ensure the fair treatment of workers and facilitate the provision of social protection benefits. So each country needs to tailor these measures to its unique socio-economic context and legislative framework, but learning from India's experience can provide valuable insights and guidance. And however, the effectiveness of such measures may vary depending on countries' socio-economic and political landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanyan. Really appreciate you joining us despite having illness. So really appreciate your contribution. So, so Code on Social Security was also the one that defined gig work and platform work. And coming back to the terminologies that Brijesh sir mentioned in his opening remarks, I would reach to Ms. Suchita. So we, in the landscape of job and work, we hear many terms: permanent jobs, flexi jobs, contractual jobs, and then the gig work and platform work. So I would request you to, as somebody who has been a deep understanding in the needs of the industry and the workers, I would like you to paint a landscape of different kinds of work that exist in Indian economy, and how would you place platform work in that landscape? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think while setting the context has been largely done beautifully by Dr. Shashikumar, Brijesh ji, Atul ji, and I am a learner in progress of watching the progress that India has done in the last 10 years for sure. Earlier, I think everybody is very sure that, you know, the only thing people look for is a permanent job. The permanent job itself means you have a end, there is a start date, there is no end date. People choose which organization they would like to start the work with, and they get the opportunity, and that's where the work starts. Our grandfathers, fathers possibly had only one job in their entire lifetime. Possibly my elder siblings and cousins would have 2, 3 jobs. I may have had maybe 3 jobs at best, but I know for sure the generation beyond me or below the ones that are coming now, they change hourly jobs. So it's no more years that we are talking about, we are talking hourly jobs, and that's where the trend is now. So we started with the context of having a permanency, and the favorite word permanency is no more there, because nothing is permanent, and that somehow COVID has taught us in a very, very nice way. No amount of public policy, no discussion could have taught us the meaning of the word permanency the way I would say COVID has helped us learn that. So one structure is permanent. The other structure started almost 2 decades or 3 decades back is the term contract workforce. Now again, contract workforce meant that you have need, you have people, there are people who will be meeting that need for a certain period of time, which means that there has to be an end date to a term of employment. And that was the second form of employment that started happening, and it became very popular. And to the extent that there is definitely a larger informal society, informal sector that started employing contract workers. There are many sectors. I mean, to start with, obviously we see government itself having 50% of contract workforce. That's the largest organization in this country for us. Following that, every other sector started picking up. IT has been perennially using project workforce, which was again contract workforce. Now, coming from IT sector, which was a very formal sector, things started changing when it started coming to the other sectors. Manufacturing sector, so to say, or maybe retail sector. I'm talking about seasoned sectors that has been there. The terms and the conditions started changing. It started evolving. The second largest workforce that we started observing was in the construction sector, the real estate sector. Both these sectors combined, again, have a very large contract workforce. And most of the times when we are sitting on the dais, on the table with Ministry of Labor, the trade unions, us, the industry people, etc., the four triangles are always debating why is the India's contract workforce treated so badly. It is basically largely the section was coming from the contract workforce that is coming from the construction sector, not from the other sector. So the white collar workforce, blue collar workforce, these terms started evolving over a period of time and became very, very critical to observe that while India has a very large workforce, no doubt about it, currently 500 million people, but out of that, technically government comes with a figure of 23%. On grounds, we have a figure of 15%. So it's a debatable figure at this point of time, but that's the formal workforce that we are talking about. What differentiates formal and informal is the fact that they have social security. They have a recognition of their employment through either a certificate or an employment letter or a salary coming to their bank accounts or ability to have financial access and financial inclusion. Now, if our entire country, which is so diverse in nature, and I agree with Brajeshji from our previous conference, he said, both need to coexist. We can't have a country which will say, we will transform the entire country and make it formal. Maybe it will not happen because our large economy is also driven by MSMEs and SMEs. And they possibly would not be able to adopt to this way of formal structure, the way the cost will be increasing, and their ability to understand and contribute is very different. And that's where I will be leading to in my next part of the conversation. Now the thing have evolved. Permanent, contract, then the term overseas emplacement became very popular. People started going abroad, trying to find better opportunities, better livelihood, better way to improve their financial security. While I would not call it a form of employment, but yes, it's a very recognized way of people engaging into foreign structures, and India definitely is one of the largest beneficiaries through Forex, because the people at the ground level who are going outside the country, they are the ones who are sending money back to their homes. It's not the brain drain that happens which goes to the US or the UK economies on a higher pay scale. They are not the ones who are sending money back home mostly. So again, Forex is another earning that the government was looking at, and that's where overseas placements, external ministry and all their efforts were there largely. The gig workforce, as Brajeshji also highlighted, is not something new. We had plumbers who were coming to our homes giving their services. We had carpenters who were coming to our homes giving services. It's only now things have become a little more structured. We are using an app to call a particular workforce to provide services at our homes or at a relatively place, whether it's through, I would not like to name any companies, but I'm sure everyone of us know. And I think our lives have become dependent on this workforce now. India is a country where we are, as a customer, we are actually called the king because we have become kings because our consumerism style is changing. We don't want to go to the malls anymore to do shopping, be it as high-end as jewelry, or it's as low-end as possibly buying a safety pin. We are buying everything online. Most of the purchases that are happening in tier 2 definitely are happening online. And that's where the gig workforce or the workforce that are engaged through these models of platform workers are becoming evidently a growing format of engagement. I wouldn't call it employment because it's so far on a contractual basis of which does not include all the facilities that are required as a formal employee. Now coming to these factors of the formats of employment which has changed over a period of time, and these are changes that possibly from a public policy perspective not readily something that has been accepted or adopted at the same pace as the employment formats have changed over the period of time. And that's where we possibly are making this effort, and congratulations to you to bring this dialogue onto a platform where we are looking at a situation that social protection is definitely important. That is understandably true. Now what happens is when contractual employment even started, and even if now if you are looking at it, if I say 15% are only formal and 85% are still in informal workforce, imagine the situation that we are talking about, the gig workforce. They are considerably right now still not getting the due recognition of the social security. 40% of the people who are at the ground level today are giving out their earnings as form of social security. So what happens is, as I was discussing with Saujanya, even at my level, I think हाथ की salary बहुत प्यारी है, right? So if a 40% is going out in social security, it itself understand the people who is earning the bare minimum wages, for them also it's very difficult because they are not thinking about future. They're thinking about surviving today. They're thinking about their livelihood in the next 1 month. How will they be able to ensure that their children are able to study, they are able to provide food, they are able to get the rent and chat on top of their head of their family. And these are families who are possibly coming to urban cities, I wouldn't even say tier 1, but urban cities in lookout for a better salary, better job, better livelihood, better opportunities for their children in that, so that they can have a better future for them. Now, everybody doesn't have the pin code ka lottery when we are born. Some people struggle to come, so we get the lottery that we got an opportunity to be in Delhi or a Bombay or a Bangalore. So thanks to the current understanding that infrastructure development in our country is very important, and it shouldn't be blocked to the 4 cities or maybe the 10 cities that have been identified. And that's the first step that is very important that is happening, that we need to create more cities. We need to create more corridors where more organizations, more companies can spread their wings. And that way, what will happen is that jobs will reach to the people and not the people who are forced to come to the cities and become a bottleneck in the cities. Second, aspirations versus options. Everybody aspires to do better every year. Now, that includes the person who's a gig worker. He may not have got the opportunity to study at the time that he's supposed to study. He may not have the opportunity to get the right job or the opportunity that he could have thought of. So then he is making a choice out of the lack of options that he has, and he's coming into the gig workforce. But is he trying to make a career out of it? Most likely not. So in that case, if the career aspirations are not being met, that's another area that the skilling ecosystem is looking into it, and I'm hoping that there will be a solution to that. The financial inclusion and the financial literacy, as ma'am also brought in, and it was discussed in the morning session as well. It's a very important thing. It's not about saving for today, it is about saving for tomorrow. Not everybody has a job security. Nobody, in fact, has a job security these days. The third point that I would like to highlight is the factor that's coming from the economic turmoil that's happening globally. India is a resilient country. We are grateful to be in a situation where as a country we are standing strong. We have an economy which is growing, which is sustaining its growth, and obviously the factor of that has a large implication on how employment formats are going to happen. Keeping all these 3-4 pointers in mind, industry is reacting. Industry is reacting because their first focus is meeting the demand that is coming basis the volatility that's happening in the economy. The second is the market demands and the consumer behavior is also changing. Third is the economic cycles that is evident that it will have an impact on the industry. Productivity is becoming the core issue that every company today works with. Now that's another aspect. So I'm talking about one side where the workers have certain aspirations, changes, challenges, and lack of options possibly. The other side, industry is also gearing up in a way where they are mostly conducting their business to think they are productive, profitable, and they are able to sustain in the volatile environment of the market that is happening. Now matching these two and then saying that, okay, minimum wage is compulsory and it should be adhered to. Social security is compulsory, must be adhered to. Who will bear the burden becomes the question mark, and that's where the discussion kind of stops. And the reason that possibly the informal numbers are not reducing, and India is the highest in terms of that across the global developing markets that are there, is because we are not able to solve this problem. So whether, if I were to bring now this parlance to the gig workforce, should it be passed on to the consumers? Should consumers become the last bearing milestones of passing on the welfare funds, and then government will be taking some actions on that? That is a debate that is going on. That is some practices that have started evolving, that instead of the company bearing the social security cost, let us collect that fund from the consumer and then pass it on as a corpus within the government, and then it can be distributed accordingly. Now these are evolving thoughts which may or may not be sustainable over a long period of time. Dr. Kumar, you rightly put across, administrative activities are very high in that, and it is not easy for us to fathom all those in a structural way by just deliberating today, but I'm sure you are part of many organizations that are deliberating on it. Social Security Code has brought in a huge, and I would say it's a remarkable step that it is thinking that there should be a social security brought in for a big workforce. Now how to do it, I will possibly refrain from putting my thoughts in this forum, but yes, there are ways that we'll have to figure out how to match the career aspirations, skill aspirations of the workers, along with the financial literacy and the industry challenges at the same time. Because we cannot either take away the social security from here or force the companies who are in the startup phase, who are now still structuring the environment, to bear the burden. Now with government be bearing it, with the consumers be bearing it, companies be bearing it, we'll have to still figure out a way on that.
Thanks a lot. With that, we come to an end of the panel one. I see our chief guest in front of me. Welcome you, sir. One of the most challenging situations of being a moderator is to, of an enriching panel, is to summarize the great learnings that came from the session. I would summarize in just 2 minutes, try to do that, and if I fail to do that, please, my humble apologies. So we have discussed that the execution should be the center of the discussion on the social protection for gig and platform workers. A lot of discussion goes around, but nothing effective comes in the hand of the workers. We have some of the standard models that are often have their own challenges. Sir mentioned BOC. A lot of fund in the BOC is being kept with the government, unutilized and difficult to utilize. And then we hear a lot of technological driven solutions that Yamuna mentioned in her submission. We also came to know that a possible midway could be a dialogue with the workers and giving a certain set of preferences of the social protection that the worker has, and we can start at that point and gradually move towards a comprehensive social protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash, and thank you, esteemed panelists, for your valuable insights and bringing key aspects that will aid in advancing sustainable social protection in India's platform economy. I now invite Prakash to honor our esteemed speakers with a token of our gratitude. Yeah, I just request if we can just have a quick group photo. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be moving on to our next plenary, that is the report launch. I request our venue team if they could quickly set up the stage for taking the proceedings forward. Friends, it's my privilege now to welcome our dignitaries on the dais for the next plenary. I first welcome Aishwarya Raman, Executive Director, and Apurv Kulkarni, Head of Research, OMI Foundation, to take their seat on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our chief guest, Professor Krishnamurthy Subramanian, Executive Director, International Monetary Fund. Sir, we welcome you. I request Aishwarya to welcome our chief guest with a stole. I now invite Aishwarya to set the context for the plenary.
Thank you, Anish. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Krishnamurthy V. Subramanian, Executive Director, International Monetary Fund, and former Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, esteemed guests on and off the stage, and my dear colleagues. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to OMI Foundation's flagship conference, National Dialogue on Social Protection and Sustainable Welfare in the Platform Economy. OMI Foundation is an award-winning New Age policy research think tank working on sustainable mobility and sustainable livelihoods. Our three centers of excellence, namely the Centers for Future Mobility, Clean Mobility, and Inclusive Mobility, empower cities to cater to the needs of not just today and tomorrow, but the day after. Our work has been recognized and rewarded by the United Nations, Government of India, among others. The Center for Inclusive Mobility at OMI Foundation has undertaken several pioneering initiatives, from conducting some of India's earliest and largest platform economy and platform worker surveys, including a special focus on women in the platform economy, to contributing to leveraging these evidence-based insights to inform policies at the global level, the G20 Delhi Declaration 2023, the BRICS Declaration, etc., being a few. Today, at this national dialogue, we are uniting a diverse group of stakeholders from government and academia to industry and worker groups. Our discussions are geared towards catalyzing a shift in how we perceive and engage with the platform economy. We've gathered here today to build consensus on the adoption of a new vocabulary, a new frame of reference situated in India and suited for the growing ambition of India and Indians. As we all know, ladies and gentlemen, the digital has permeated all aspects of life, entailing the platformization of every day. This could take many shapes and forms, such as digital platforms that connect buyers and sellers of groceries, medicines, technology products and services, as well as those that allow consumers to access a ride in a cab or bike, home cleaning services, professional beauty and wellness services, and those using platforms to offer their teaching, legal, accountancy, and digital services to global clients. Individuals can now easily use their skill sets and earn a livelihood online. This is much more relevant for women workers in India who shoulder much, if not all, of the caregiving responsibilities in a household while sharing assets like two-wheelers or smartphones with male family members. Enter platforms. Platforms are reframing the role of women in private and public life. They enable women to monetize their skills and other assets when and where they want. Thus, labor force participation is no longer a binary decision between household duties and economic aspirations, but women now have the choice to work at will. Platformization is underway and burgeoning across occupations and sectors in urban and rural areas alike. It is imperative to understand its origin and evolution in the larger context of India, a nation built on the big leaps of small enterprises. The millions of individual entrepreneurs or business persons and micro, small, and medium enterprises of India are responsible for a significant portion of India's jobs, development, and growth. This recognition of India's context and the unique path taken by platformization will lead us to ask constructive questions on ways to strengthen the platform economy and at promoting job creation, worker welfare, and inclusive growth. With this objective in mind, we've gathered here today, from exploring sustainable social protection measures to delving into innovation for social protection and financial inclusion. Each topic of this national dialogue has been meticulously chosen for its relevance and impact. These subjects are crucial, for they touch upon the very foundation of worker welfare in the digital age, addressing the need for comprehensive protection, access to financial services, and the creation of resilient livelihoods in the face of technological disruption. As we proceed with today's agenda, let's collectively embrace and champion a new approach to discussing, measuring, and governing the landscape of jobs in India. Today, OMI Foundation has the unique opportunity to unveil its flagship report titled Social Protection in India's Platform Economy, Unpacking Supply Dynamics, which is a culmination of a 10-month-long study involving engagement with 14 crucial stakeholders of this ecosystem. The platform businesses studied impact the lives of over 45 lakh workers across several hundreds of cities and towns in India. The report also presents a comparative analysis of diverse approaches taken globally for providing social protection to platform workers. These findings and insights from the report will be informative in establishing a social protection infrastructure tailored for the platform economy in India. Innovation will guide us as we harness digital technology to create a social protection infrastructure for India's platform economy, setting a precedent for the global south. Today, let's engage deeply and collaboratively to envision a platform economy that supports sustainable welfare and social protection for everyone. I'm grateful for your participation and the time taken by our chief guest and other esteemed guests, as well as members of the audience, to contribute to this very important dialogue and support the development of sustainable welfare and social protection for everybody. We have the opportunity to champion worker welfare and forge a prosperous future. On that note, I welcome everybody and thank you again for taking the time out today.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Friends, the moment we've all been eagerly waiting for has arrived. It's time to unveil a milestone in our collective journey towards a more inclusive and sustainable future for the platform economy. Our dignitaries on the stage shall unveil OMI Foundation's flagship report titled Social Protection in India's Platform Economy, Unpacking Supply Dynamics. I request our chief guest to kindly hold up the report marking its release and pose for a photograph. Thank you, sir. It's my honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Professor Krishnamurthy Subramanian. He's the Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund and Professor at Indian School of Business. As India's 17th Chief Economic Advisor between 2018 to 21, he was applauded by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his academic brilliance, unique perspective on economic and policy matters, and reformatory zeal. Hailed as a common man's economist, his ideas like Talinomics, V-shaped recovery, and behavioral economics of nudge have captured public imagination. A PhD from University of Chicago, he has been recognized as a distinguished alumnus by both his other alma maters, IIT Kanpur and IIM Calcutta. Apart from authoring 3 seminal economic surveys on the economic roadmap for a $5 trillion economy, ethical wealth creation, and the post-COVID economy, he's the author of the book Money, a Zero-Sum Game. His latest book, India at 100, Envisioning Tomorrow's Economic Powerhouse, will be forthcoming in a couple of months. Sir, it's an honor to have you here with us, and I invite you to address this august audience.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm very curious why this dais has been placed so much in the corner. Maybe the keynote wanted to be, wanted to sideline the keynote. Just kidding. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. I presume some changes had to be made to the schedule as unusually the flight got delayed. So I'm flying in directly from Colombo, before that from Washington, D.C. So it's a privilege here to be amongst you, to share thoughts on, I think, a very important and a very germane topic, which is the platform economy, and especially the issue of protection, social protection. So this dialogue, national dialogue that we are having on social protection and sustainable welfare in the platform economy, I think is very important. Many of you will recall in the 2018-19 economic survey, we had written a chapter on minimum wages, operationalizing minimum wages and streamlining some of the code on social security has incorporated a lot of those ideas into the, and so I think it's quite opportune to talk about this because hopefully while the legislation has been passed in 2022, the subordinate legislation or the rules for that need to be enacted. And I'm certainly hoping that in a few months, when the new government comes into power, those and the other 3 codes as well, the rules will be passed for that. And so that we can really enter the new regime for labor regulation and thereby benefit from it. To give you my thoughts on this very important topic, let me just reflect on some personal experiences. I've been living in Washington, D.C. now for the last about a year and a half. Moved there in November of 2022. The difference in the way in which those of us who are in India avail services of the platform economy vis-a-vis that in the United States is quite telling. And I can share with you, this is the second stint for me living in the United States. Earlier from 2001 to 2010, when I went for my PhD and thereafter I was working there, I used to live. So the big difference in the way in which I perceive living there now versus earlier. So a private confession, even when I was living in 2001 to 2010, at that point in time, it was very clear that I'm going to come back. And therefore, when I would look at features of the US economy then, I would do it in a comparative sense, saying, why is it that this good aspect of the US economy, why is it not there in India? That's a prism with which I would look at. And then having moved to India, then lived more than a decade here, now when I go back, the prism is almost actually 180 degrees different. I'm oftentimes asking the question, all these conveniences that I have in India, why is it not available in the United States? I think that captures in some sense, how well the platform economy is actually, is serving the consumer needs. For instance, just to give you a few examples, if we had a surprise visitor, let's say when we were in Delhi or in Hyderabad, and we needed to order something, you pick up your phone, order something, and within 15-20 minutes you have the delivery. In contrast, if you have to, that's just unthinkable at this point in time in the United States. Even if you have to actually order, it'll take like 3-4 hours. There is no way you can do any of that. You could order fruits, you can order, of course, food, you can order, other kinds of other food items, vegetables, you name it. I think that is something that is showing the power of the platform economy. And I think what I'm sharing with you anecdotally also now, I think, is born in the data. If you look at, and this is data that I'm drawing from the report, for which I'm thankful to the organizers for. So in 2010, if we looked at the number of digital platforms in India, about 140. I think 142 to be precise, if I read those numbers correctly. And now move a decade forward, 2020, it's multiplied more than 5 times, 777 to be precise. So I think a 5 times increase in a 1 decade period, I think is reflective of the kind of growth that has happened. But I think to me, this is still just, we're just getting started, because the size of the platform economy in India is still, it's the 3rd largest, behind the United States and behind the European Union. But given the kind of, digital infrastructure, public digital infrastructure that we've created in India, the potential is just humongous. And I can tell you, this is one aspect where, without really intending to, we Indians can really crow about, in the IMF board. So whenever talk about digital infrastructure happens, actually everybody just talks about India, and this is, in the IMF. No country is even close to, in this kind of digital infrastructure. And I think there's a recent paper, working paper that's been written by the IMF staff as well, which clearly acknowledges it. And even countries like, for instance, the United States are unlikely to get this kind of infrastructure, because there's a fundamental difference, economically, in the way in which this digital infrastructure has been created in India vis-a-vis, in other countries. In India, this has been created as a public good. The sovereign has basically gone and created the public good. And, we economists always think about public goods should be provided for by the sovereign, because when it is provided by the private sector, because these public goods typically the scale of is high, that oftentimes leads to monopolies. And we know very well that when private sector operates a monopoly, you get monopoly pricing, which excludes almost a large section, 90% of the population, in the Indian context, if it were that the private sector had developed this infrastructure. But by developing this infrastructure as a public good, India has made sure that this the digital platform can be accessed by one and all. In board discussions, I often remind my colleagues that we have more than 500 million bank accounts, and 550 million actual number of accounts and over 500 operative. That's more than 1.5 times that of the US population. I tell that fact as well to remind them that, the days when, the Western economies would crow about, are over. Now we actually, we got a lot to crow about as well. And that is something that is really gladdening, at representing, India at the board. So, by creating the infrastructure as a public good, I think we have just, we've now provided for enormous potential for growth in this. And I think that is an aspect where now when we think about the social protection that needs to be provided, traditionally, if you look at the arguments that were given by economists, they would say things like minimum wages would reduce employment. But I think that was the usual neoclassical, Washington consensus kind of, economic argument. Early on in my research career, I actually had the opportunity to write a couple of research papers on this. One of them titled Labor Laws and Innovation, that was published in the Journal of Law and Economics, and another titled Wrongful Discharge Laws and Innovation, that was published in the Review of Financial Studies. These are some of my early papers, where we actually made the argument that when labor laws do not allow for employment at will, in other words, where labor laws do not give infinite flexibility to the employer to say, okay, I'm terminating you tomorrow. Employment at will is basically that construct, right? As the name itself suggests, it's employment at will. In other words, you turn up for work, today, and the employer could tell you, okay, I'm terminating you. That's employment at will. But labor laws essentially, put limitations on that particular construct. In other words, therefore, provide protection to the, to the worker, and that's important because. Like I spoke about monopoly, there's the other side of monopoly, which actually is monopsony. Where monopoly is one where the seller, is basically sort of the only game in town. In the case of a monopsony, it is oftentimes it's the buyer, not necessarily the only game in town, but has a lot of power. So it's an unequal power relationship. And that's where, especially when we think about innovation and entrepreneurship, the argument that we made in these, in these two papers was that if the employee is too nervous about, about getting dismissed, then he or she is unlikely to try new things. Because whenever you try new things, there is obviously the possibility of failure. And if you can be terminated at will, then that fear of failure will actually prohibit you from trying new things, and that leads to, therefore, much lower innovation. In other words, some form of protection, of employment is one that actually encourages, more trying new things, innovation and entrepreneurship. And I think that insight is very important when we think about the platform economy. Now, we don't, of course, I think you have to be careful to make sure that the protection is not so strong that leads to laziness, and complacency. I think that is it's a very important balance that has to be struck. But when people who are creative, they are provided that license to go and try new things by giving them some protection, I think that can be very, very beneficial for innovation and entrepreneurship, because that is something, if we have to really build on the wonderful platform, that has been provided by the digital infrastructure, if the platform economy has to take off from this one, then I think innovation and entrepreneurship are, I think, extremely critical. And here I actually must highlight, when as I was mentioning, some of my early work was on innovation, and when I would look at, a lot of innovation in India, typically there would be about, look at an idea that has been done in the, in the advanced economies, copy paste it here. I think that mindset needs to change. I think that it's extremely important, because the problems that that India has are very different from those that that advanced nations have. For instance, I'm going to speak from my own policy experience. Let's take, for instance, some of the debate that happens on on fiscal policy and sovereign debt, etc. If we go back to the Fiscal Responsibility Budget Management Act, there was a committee that was constituted for that, and they basically came up with this threshold saying debt to GDP ratio should be below 66%, and fiscal deficit should be less than 3%. Now you will ask, and I asked myself, where are these numbers coming from? The 66% and the 3%, are they numbers that have been pulled out of a hat? The answer is no. These are numbers that were part of the Maastricht Treaty. I don't know how many of you actually know, but the Maastricht Treaty was essentially, a treaty to create the political union, in Europe, basically synchronizing fiscal policy to enable, a monetary union. Now, I'm sure all of us recognize that the stage at which the Indian economy is very, very different from the US, or the European economy. They have created almost all of their infrastructure. They don't have as much absolute poverty. Their growth potential, actually, if Europe can grow at 1.5%, 2%, they should be, going bananas and doing cartwheels. In contrast, we should be, we should be impatient even if we grow at 7%. We should be looking to grow at 8% and, and above. We need to create a lot of infrastructure. Sovereign needs to actually invest in creating that infrastructure. And we have, by growing at that 8% kind of level, we have the potential to create, a lot of jobs and thereby reduce, poverty and inequality, And yet, despite so much differences, what did we have? We had a cut paste, which is basically the 66% debt to GDP ratio and the 3% fiscal deficit, without accounting for the, for the important differences. So I think it is important, using this example, what I want to drive is that while economic trade-offs remain the same across countries, the way you resolve that trade-off depends on the boundary conditions. In other words, one cannot actually do away with thinking carefully about what is correctly applicable for India and what is not. I think, as they say in Hindi, nakal karne bhi akal lagana padta hai. So it is important, therefore, so when we think about, innovation in the Indian setup, and I have absolutely no hesitation in saying that the public digital infrastructure is providing a wonderful platform for a lot of innovations to come about. This actually will need our entrepreneurs in the platform economy, the venture capitalists that support those. I think that's the other problem. Oftentimes, venture capitalists here, do not want to provide capital to companies that basically come up with new ideas. And, they're more happy just giving capital to those companies that are mimicking ideas. And I think so both entrepreneurs and venture capitalists actually need to be thinking fresh, because the really impactful solutions, the ones that will basically be, not just unicorns, but maybe beyond, those will be from solving Indian problems by thinking deeply about Indian ways to actually solve those problems. And I think that is important. So ye nakal marne ki I think right now, and this is, there can't be a better example, in my opinion, than the Honorable Prime Minister, who basically, I mean, he exemplifies that self-confidence, you know, saying we don't need to actually copy from anybody. We're as good as anybody. I think that confidence needs to start now permeating into our, you know, entrepreneurs, into our venture capitalists. And I can tell you actually from personal experience, having lived, you know, in other countries and having traveled to more than 40 countries, actually, I have absolutely no doubt that when an Indian actually starts putting, you know, his mind into solving problems, I think there are, you know, we can be as good as anyone else, if not better. So I think that confidence needs to really be now you know, accessed, needs to be actually it needs to really be thought about, that we can indeed be as good. So, you know, this mimicking, imitation, you know, especially on innovation, needs to be, I think that will be very critical for the platform economy to grow. Last observation I want to make, because, you know, the conversation, you know, on jobs came about, and Aishwarya spoke about small, you know, enterprises. There is this truism or perceived truism, you know, Aishwarya also mentioned, saying small firms create jobs. I think I actually want to correct that, you know, modify that a little bit. We have to make a difference between children that grow to become giants and those that remain dwarfs. This is an aspect that we had covered in the 2018-19 economic survey. I'll give you a, you know, an example, and again an anecdotal example. Infosys was started in the 1980s. At about the same time, you know, a relative of mine, very close relative of mine, also started a firm about the same time. And in fact, you know, a few years later, we were saying, you know, we would tell that close relative, saying, you know, we hope your company grows to become as big as Infosys. For various reasons, you know, that didn't happen. You know, today when we actually look at Infosys provides jobs to, you know, scores of people, lakhs of people, right? And the firm that basically has remained, you know, I have a lot of respect for and love for my close relative, but, you know, that firm has not created jobs. I think this is such an important example that if the firm remains small, then it does, you know, maybe provides jobs for 2 people, you know, maybe 3 people or 10 people maximum. And so this idea that we need to be nurturing firms that will really, you know, grow and thereby provide jobs, and I think it is very important to, I want to, you know, add this aspect with one more, you know, many times in India, and this is a residue of the socialist era, you know, we keep talking about, you know, money or sort of wealth as evil, wealth creators as evil. You know, again, let me share from a personal, so I grew up in a lower middle class family. When we were when, you know, I was in middle school, for the first time, we got a maid to come and do some, you know, household work to help my mother. Before, I mean, till I was in primary, she used to do all the work herself. So this maid would come and actually, she used to work 10 houses, right? Which means that we as a lower middle class family were actually providing 1/10 of a maid's job. The local jeweler, who was actually the wealthiest person, you know, had of course a chauffeur, had actually, you know, people to take care. All in all, when I would have sort of counted, he was providing 50 jobs. Isn't that you know, an example of basically, you know, that local jeweler, and we may, you know, at that time without, you know, adequate knowledge, we might have maybe, you know, talked about him, you know, in an evil manner. But think about actually the welfare he was, you know, by him being a wealthy person, I mean, and he was not actually putting his money in, you know, not stacking it in mattresses, right? He was deploying it and thereby supporting 50 families. And what were we doing? We were supporting 1/10 of a family, and that too, what, for a maid's job versus, you know, high quality jobs. So I think it is incredibly important for for the narrative. You know, in the newspapers we always, you know, keep hearing about actually the 2 A's, you know, and as if, you know, and by the way, I have, you know, I'm not speaking for anybody or against anybody. have never taken a rupee in consulting, so I never eaten anybody's salt, so I can actually say this with absolute independence that those two ways they're not going and putting money inside their mattresses. They're actually putting it in companies. They're providing jobs. I think we need to understand those entrepreneurs. Or take this institute itself, actually Ola. The company actually provides jobs now for so many people. So when you have entrepreneurs that grow their companies, make them big, that is the best national service that can be done. A youngster who actually goes and creates a company, and grows that, there cannot be a better service than that. I don't have that ability to actually become an entrepreneur, but if I could, I found other ways to try and serve the nation. But if there is a way, if I could be an entrepreneur and actually provide jobs for, 10 lakh people, that would give me so much satisfaction, because 10 lakh families, that means actually 50 lakh people really benefiting from it. So entrepreneurs, I think when they create companies that grow, they really are serving the nation. I think it is important, and we need to, as common people, and those that some of the some of those commentators who don't understand or maybe have vested interest in actually going after some of these industrialists. I think it is important to actually recognize that they create a lot of welfare for our country. And that is why we need to have companies growing and really encouraging children that grow to become giants, not the ones that remain dwarfs. I'll end with this last statistic, which should actually hopefully you all can reflect on. This we had covered it in the economic survey. If you take a company, the way track a company, average company, the way it grows and number of jobs it creates in India, compare it to the United States or even Mexico. So in India, if you take let's say, and equalize all of them when they are 5-year-old, let's say they're creating 100 jobs when they are 5-year-old. When the same company is 30-year-old, in India, that company that was creating 100 jobs when it was 5-year-old is creating 140 jobs when it's a 30-year-old. In India, okay? In other words, 1.4 times. 1.4 times. In contrast, in the United States, that company that was creating 100 jobs when it was 5-year-old creates 700 jobs when it is 30-year-old. 700 jobs. Now, 5 times as much. So, where is obviously better job creation happening? Obviously there. If you keep putting this narrative that only small companies, a number of companies that, crop up, as many die as well, like bubbles. In contrast is the small companies that grow to become giants. They are the ones that really create jobs. And I think this idea that we are basically, some of us, for various, emotive reasons, actually we sort of think about big companies as, as evil. Whatever influence they may have, that is actually something that we have to combat through other ways. Making sure that governance, etc., is good. But I think, not wanting companies to grow big is something that we cannot afford if we have to have job creation in the economy. Even Mexico, and let me end with that sobering statistic, right? While in India, we actually start, from 5-year-old, 100 jobs to 140 when it's 30-year-old. Even Mexico, for God's sake, creates 200 jobs. The average company, 30-year company, creates 200 jobs. I mean, the 5th largest economy in the world cannot be actually, be adversely compared to Mexico. So this idea that, small is beautiful. Small, I think, is beautiful in many other places, but certainly not if that small ends up being a dwarf. I think that's an idea as well that we need to embrace. So let me just quickly summarize. I think, the platform economy has a lot of potential for growth. But that potential for growth will actually manifest only if our entrepreneurs really tap into the innovation and not do copy-paste from advanced economies. And venture capitalists as well encourage companies, those that think creatively about our problems and come up with our own solutions, not jugaad. I think jugaad is actually but actual tangible solutions. And finally, also, we really encourage companies that grow big, the ones that start as children and then become giants, and start treating those that create wealth in the economy as really those that are serving the nation very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering an inspiring keynote address and highlighting critical aspects that are key in driving growth for the future of work and pushing for indigenous innovative solutions to achieve social protection and sustainable welfare in the platform economy. I now invite Apurv Kulkarni to give the word of thanks.
Thank you, Anish. And thank you, sir, once again for delivering this very, very informative and enlightening keynote address. As you were speaking, I couldn't help but notice a couple of things, and I'd like to underscore this for a benefit of all over here. The emphasis on digital public goods. As digitalization is increasing, platformization is also increasing along with it, and that is creating a lot of new age jobs for the country. The second emphasis on flexibility and its impact on inspiring innovation and inspiring enterprise resonates very, very closely with the key ethos of platform economy, which is flexibility in of itself, flexibility of job creation, of livelihood generation. And that's something which is a big takeaway for all of you. Sir also underscored this a couple of times in his own speech, that we as India, with a bold ambition of becoming a developed country, need to chart our own path. Gone are the days when we are looking elsewhere for models. Gone are the days when we are looking at advanced economies and doing cut paste or copy paste. Today, it's incumbent upon us, incumbent upon best minds of India, those of you present over here with us, to be able to rethink these models and craft an architecture that's suited for India, that resonates with the realities of platform economy in India itself. Lastly, what Sir said, we need to create giants in India. We need to nurture our children so that we are able to create giants. Because unless wealth is created, wealth cannot be distributed. And for that, we have to also expand our vocabulary of what could be construed as social protection, in which, amongst other things, access to livelihood, access to skill development, access to learning are important constituents. From earlier, from other speeches of Sir, he has often referred to two hands, the invisible hand of market and the hand of trust. It's time that these two hands come together and deliver social protection for platform economy, which is sustainable as well as hand in hand promotes development of giants within the country. With that, I thank you, sir, for your valuable time and for taking out, for giving us valuable time from your busy schedule. And we really appreciate all the learnings that you've shared with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Apurv. I invite Aishwarya to present a memento to our respected chief guest as a token of our deep gratitude. I also invite the Future of Work team that has worked on this report to join us on stage with our esteemed chief guest for a quick photo. Thank you. Friends, our esteemed chief guest will be having a quick media interactions. We'll now be breaking for lunch and reconvene by 2:45. Thank you.
Any takeaways from the report, any takeaways from the fact that
Dipanjan? Okay.
Hello.
Friends, we're all set to start our second panel discussion. I request you all to be seated. There are two more panel discussions. This one we're cutting it short to about 40 minutes. The other one also about presentation. I think we're letting go. In case time hota, then we go ahead with it in the end. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon all, and welcome back as we begin our second session. We are now all set for the second illuminating discussion of the day titled Worker Welfare to Customer Delight, the Shared Journey Towards Platform Growth. This panel seeks to explore the dynamic relationship between worker well-being and corporate responsibility in the platform economy. It aims to uncover how businesses can actively contribute to the welfare of their platform workers through ethical practices, voluntary social protection contributions, and by fostering an inclusive work environment. The discussion will highlight the role and current practices of platform businesses in building a fair and equitable platform economy where the welfare of the workers is prioritized alongside business growth. Friends, it's my absolute honor to invite Mr. Ramesh Kailasam, CEO, India Tech, to take his seat on the dais as this session's moderator. Ramesh sir brings over 25 years of versatile experience in both industry and government sectors. With core competencies in leadership, strategy formulation, business development, and policy advocacy, he has been instrumental in pioneering various path-breaking projects across sectors. He has authored numerous influential books, reports, and policy papers widely utilized by governments, industries, multilateral organizations, and think tanks. We welcome you, sir. I now take immense privilege in inviting all our panelists. Chairing this session will be Dr. S.K. Sasikumar. Dr. Sasikumar is a distinguished economist with a PhD in labor studies with close to 35 years of expertise in labor migration, future of work, and labor market analysis. He has advised various national level commissions on critical issues like labor legislation. As the former senior fellow at V.V. Giri National Labor Institute, Dr. Sasikumar has led numerous research projects and training programs shaping policy discourse and advancing labor studies. We welcome you, sir. Our second panelist is Dr. Jaskiran Bedi. Dr. Jaskiran Bedi is the lead at Public Policy for Public Policy Zomato. She holds a PhD in Development Studies from the University of Cambridge. With a rich background encompassing roles in esteemed organizations such as Oxfam and the International Labour Organization, she brings a wealth of experience. Ms. Bedi specializes in education and labor economics as well as political economy, demonstrating a strong commitment to shaping impactful policies and drive societal progress. Our third panelist who will be joining online is Mr. Sanjay Shinde. Mr. Shinde currently serves as the Director of HR at Flipkart, a leading e-commerce giant. He is a highly experienced HR and ER professional with over 2 decades of expertise across various sectors, including chemicals, hospitality, FMCG, construction, and real estate. He is a distinguished alumnus of both IIM Calcutta and TIS. We welcome you, sir. Our final panelist is Mr. Punish Chawla. He's the co-founder and chief happiness officer of Jeevitam. He is a seasoned entrepreneur with over 28 years of experience in sales and banking. He co-founded Jeevitam, a groundbreaking livelihood platform focused on empowering vulnerable communities through sustainable job opportunities. Sir's dedication to client success is evident through his meticulous attention to detail into his work and visionary leadership. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir, and I hand it over to you to lead the conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me for moderating this important session immediately after lunch. It's time for people to wake up and hear this interesting discussion. We have a great set of panelists. We are running slightly behind schedule, so we will try to keep the discussion as crisp as possible, and that's my request to all the panelists. We'll get around 3 to 4 minutes time per question, which I think is ample time for defending and justifying the work that we are doing. To get started, this session is aptly called Worker Welfare to Customer Delight. All of us are experiencing customer delight thanks to the swipe of a screen or a click of a button that we keep doing, ordering stuff online, hailing a cab, ordering for home professional services, e-commerce goods, and so on and so forth. And the chief guest, Mr. Krishnamurthy, had already highlighted how this has put us way ahead of folks in the developed world. The fact that we are now living in a great amount of convenience that has come through the platform economy. But at the same time, there is also feet on ground which is making this happen. And therefore, it's equally important for us that we are not only creating livelihoods and work opportunities for the feet on ground, but also the important aspect that their welfare is also taken care of. So with this, we start this session on worker welfare to customer delight, the shared journey towards the platform growth. We have first Dr. Shashi Kumar, and I will turn to him to give his opening remarks on how social protection is a shared responsibility between government, industry, and workers. And what does he think can the platform businesses integrate worker well-being into their core businesses and make this happen? I think one of the beauty of this platform economy is, and I can correlate it to the telecom revolution, where we had access to low-cost telecom services because it was a shared model. Somebody had the license, somebody had the equipment, somebody gave the services, somebody was running the call centers, and everybody shared and grew along. And we have the same situation here in the platform economy, where every transaction triggers an earning for everybody connected with the economy. And more importantly, it's creating lakhs and lakhs of work opportunities for workers in an economy where there are no middlemen. The access to getting work is far more straightforward and easier. So over to Shashi Kumar.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. As Kailash said, I'm not going to take much of a time because some of the things that I wanted to speak as an introductory remark in this session, I'd already spoken in the morning, so I don't want to repeat it. But when Aishwarya asked me and the organizers asked me to speak as a chair, a couple of, say, wider points, I first did some review of, worker welfare per se. Say, if you look at worker welfare across the last 5 decades, what has happened? That is the first thing that I just looked at. Looked at some of the studies around it. and what are the core propositions that I could derive as an academic or as a researcher from the review of literature on worker propositions. The first impact is it's strong link to overall development. So when you say overall development, it is not the development at the macro level, but also at the individual level. So worker welfare to a large extent connects an individual growth to the contribution of the development at the macro level. So that is what the moment a worker recognizes that, see, my individual self is going to contribute to the overall development of the society or the country, then that is a very important aspirational point. So that is one, the first thing. Many studies are there. Many studies that worker welfare leads to overall individual development and contributes to the overall national development. Primarily, when it comes to the contribution, one way that it contributes is through the improved standard of living. Improved standard of living. So when you improve your standard of living, obviously you contribute to what is known as the private consumption expenditure in economic terms, which stimulates aggregate demand. And for a country like India, as I said in the morning, this is the mainstay of aggregate demand, the private consumption expenditure. That's what is driving our growth. So if you want to scale up from, let's say, 7% to 8%, 9% aspirational, then we need to look at it from that perspective. The second thing, partly it was touched by the chief guest also, strong link to innovation, particularly if you read industrial relations in Japan. It's a classic case where they used worker welfare to improve innovations. They identified several methods incentivizing innovation. And all this incentivization led to worker welfare. So it was incentivization, it was a triangle. Incentive, worker welfare, innovation. And today, that point was very much highlighted. We need enterprises, we need firms, including the platforms, to innovate. That's when they grow. As he very rightly said, I also felt very happy when he was referring to the dwarfs to move to giants. You know, that particular economic survey, we had also contributed in terms of the minimum wage chapter. You know, that was one contribution that we made through the International Labour Organization. And right now, a very important concept is developing within the minimum wage, what is known as living wage. I don't know how many of you have noticed, Dr. Rajiv Dubey is there. He just attended the ILO GB. A couple of weeks back, the ILO has also adopted this as a concept, where welfare is a very integral construct. Welfare is a very integral construct. The third, which will be a very direct relevance to organizations, is the link to productivity growth. Many a times, worker welfare, you sometimes construe worker welfare as antagonistic to, firms' efficiency and productivity growth. Rather, if you look at strongest of literature and the best of journals and the best of books, you will see these two go hand in hand. You improve worker welfare, the productivity growth increases substantially. Substantially. In fact, I think Aishwarya, OMI should do this kind of studies also. How is it that this kind of worker welfare in the platform leads to the overall productivity growth and innovations of the firms? That will be very, very interesting. That is one point that I want this seminar to consider. The second point that I wanted to talk about was, again, social protection. How is it a shared responsibility? And I will make only very short comments. As I said in the morning, social protection, most of the evolving of social protection that we follow as social protection emanates from the typical standard conceptualization of social protection as practiced based on the experience of the advanced economies. Okay, advanced economies. Where, as I said in the morning, even today, more than 80% of the employment is formal wage employment. Formal wage employment. So when you have formal wage employment, even a, say, Nobel laureate like Amartya Sen commented, say that kind of social security to a formal wage employee is a contingency-based social security. I am generally fine. I have wage, I have employment contract. You understand the point? And there are certain times when sickness. It's not a perennial thing in my working life. So when you have contingency, you arrive at social security. So when at some point of time you will get retired, somebody said, say, I think Sucheta is not there, say the kind of attrition previously, say, she was saying about the previous generation, I belong to the previous generation, one job in life. You understand the point? So as a consequence of which, at some point you will retire, then you need contingency. But the kind of social security that we have to conceive for a turnover which is very fast is of a very different order. You cannot put that model right in place and ask the companies or workers or state to run that, because you will not be able to track even the movements. The portability becomes such an issue. Of course, technology can help us. So this standard model was the assumption in even India's social security models. My colleague, Dr. Ruma Ghosh, has done outstanding work in the area of social security. She's here. So where, even India, we adopted with a presumption that our employment also will be over. You read the literature on parliament debates around EPF Act and ESIC Act. What does it say? We will also move to standard. We will also move to standard employment. Whereas, where did we move to? We moved to non-standard employment. India is one country, I know some of you know this statistics, where wage employment is not a majority. It's not a majority. Only 48% of the employment in India today is wage employment. So if somebody says that labor regulations will solve the problem of, workers in India, it's sadly mistaken. 52% doesn't even have a wage. So how do you think in terms of a wage legislation? Only 48% has possibility for a wage legislation. Within that 24% or 25%, half of it is basically casual contract workers. Again, another kind of non-standard. So we need to really move away from this. This is where I think previously state as a unit, when there is homogeneity, if everybody in this hall is a wage employee, I being the state, to monitor the social protection is the easiest thing. But imagine if 80% of you are non-standard employees. What kind of social security can the state mediate? Unless and until I partner with the employer, I partner with the workers. That is where we should think in terms of it as a shared responsibility, especially when the movements, when the attrition takes place. And there are certain, of course, though we need to look at flexibility, I still believe that there are some fantastic practitioners. I see Sanjay, I see Jaskaran, all these are, and Munish, they're all practitioners. They know ground level reality. But we should have certain norms in terms of, yes, coverage should be as much as possible. That is one of the fundamental things that we should not be compromising. Provide core benefits. We can debate and discuss on core benefits. Appropriate scale of benefits. I said in the morning also, this is very important. Social security must also scale up the benefits. You can't just put a benefit and that benefit be prolonging for lifelong. That looks absolutely ridiculous in terms of the overall content. And then inclusive. It has to be an inclusive approach, and it has to be sustainable in terms of, say, funding. As I said, many of the social security funds in India, not all social security funds, created by state, has this problem. Kerala, the pioneer in welfare funds, creating welfare funds for various vulnerable categories of workforce, is facing a serious crisis in welfare funds model. The crisis is the administrative expenses growing. So much so that they are going to consolidate 15 funds into one. You imagine. So you can imagine the kind of complexities that will arise to. So we should anticipate such thing. If you're going for fund model, fine, nothing wrong with it. But then do it 5 years down the line, do it 10 years down the line, actuarial analysis should be done. Unless and until just adopting a fund model and saying that, oh, 2.5%, 4%, 5% aggregate contributes, a fund is created, that's also social security, will not work. You have to have a proper analysis temporarily, sustainability. And that is what I think will be important, and I'm sure that some of the companies and practitioners who have introduced very innovative social protection models will be addressing these concerns, so that that can be a very important lesson for all of us here, as well as in terms of the policy making. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shashi Kumar, for setting the context and the agenda for discussion. I now move to Mr. Munish Chawla, who is the co-founder and chief happiness officer of Jeevitam. Jeevitam is a startup, and Jeevitam, for all of you, means livelihood. Mr. Munish has been working, I've seen him working closely for the last 3-4 years, and during the times of pandemic. And this question is towards you, and this is your pet topic, we have discussed about it. He keeps telling that 80 crore people received rations from the government, which means that 80 crore section of the population is vulnerable. And therefore, how do you ensure more work opportunities and putting that extra bit of money every year in the continuum of growth for these vulnerable sections of the population? So the question to you is, since you work very closely on a lot of aspects, right from livelihood to financial literacy, to digital literacy, to health literacy, and so on, for the workers, migrant workers and underprivileged worker groups often find platform work very attractive, primarily because the entry barrier is fairly low. And one of the reports from NCAR we had seen said that there are no middlemen here. And therefore, ease of getting access to work is fairly easier. There is flexibility of work, which means that you can choose when you want to work and when you want to switch off. So how do you think startups like yours and industry can engage with this large emerging pool of talent more efficiently? And how do you think effective social protection is also covered in this process?
Yeah, thank you, and a very warm welcome to everyone. And I'm very delighted and really happy to have all the august presence over here of the people on the dais and people in front of me. Since morning, I've been hearing very positive things about the platform economy and how the social security is important for them. I'll give you my perspective, right? I'm a co-founder of a platform called Jeevitam, which is a livelihood platform. It helps the vulnerable segments in finding livelihood, which is work. Work means, work for yourself is entrepreneurship, and work for someone is job. So we look into both the aspects of all the platforms. And just as Ravi just now said, when I look into the scale, in our country, 80 crore people are getting free ration, right? And they are vulnerable. They are the people जो हम इनको वंचित कहते हैं, इनको लाभार्थी कहते हैं. We give them a lot of names. That is the scale of the problem which we are looking at, and that is what we are trying to solve. How do we bring them from vulnerable to non-vulnerable, right? That is our objective, and that's where Jeevitam is working on. And when I look from livelihood perspective, the platform economy becomes a very important and integral part of this, right? And you have to understand why I am saying that. Because yes, the entry barriers are not there and all, but it is their requirement. Because the industry is creating jobs as much, right? And this platform economy which we are talking over there existed right from long time back. आपने वो LIC agent सुना होगा. What was LIC agent? LIC agent was a financial advisor. What was the travel agent? He was a travel agent. He was helping you in travel. Plumber, beautician, they were always there. It is not something they have come recently because the platforms came in. So they were always there, and they were finding work based on the skills they felt they had, and they could work in the given area. If the demand existed, they came on. So these people who we call now platform workers were always part of our life since I remember, right? So when we are looking at what startups have done, Zomato, right? Urban, Flipkart, right? They have done amazing job believing in organizing these people who are relatively organized, unorganized, and why they are organizing them. Zomato is giving them, okay, you know, you want to do delivery restaurant वाला पहले भी करता था, right? वो आप उससे पूछते थे कहाँ भैया कहाँ है, तो निकल गया, वो बोलता था, उसको पता ही नहीं होता था डिलीवरी वाला कब पहुँचेगा, right? तो डिलीवरी रेस्टोरेंट तो पहले भी करता था. Zomato organized it. Now we know where he is. We are able to track him, and today he doesn't have to look for deliveries. You know, Zomato is ensuring that deliveries happen. The number of orders are coming in that. So that is, Zomato has done phenomenal job into organizing this segment. So as Ola, right? Taxi तो हमारे पहले भी थी, right? वो टैक्सी स्टैंड हुआ करते थे, काली पीली टैक्सी हुआ करती थी, हम जाते थे, बुक करते थे, अब ऐप के थ्रू आ जाता है. और वो ड्राइवर जो बेचारे वेट करते रहते थे कि अब भाड़ा मिलेगा, उनको अब भाड़ा मिलने लग गया रेगुलरली. So Ola has taken over all that problem. So we have solved some of their problems, and these platforms have come up. And believe me, the way I am seeing this whole startup culture coming in, and I keep seeing, you know, a lot of Shark Tank. Oh, I'm sure a lot of people will be seeing Shark Tank. It is changing everything, right? Every day, the college students are looking at how to create a startup. My daughter, she's in second year. She has already thought about a startup idea and how that platform economic will work in her own idea sense. So these platforms are going to grow manifold in the coming times. And जो ये platforms हैं, ये इस problem को solve कर रहे हैं. When I'm a ex-banker, 20 years into banking, मुझे ये livelihood बारे के नहीं पता था. मैं startup में by chance घुस गया and ये निकला. तो हमारे को सबसे पहले जो ये सेगमेंट है, जो वनरेबल सेगमेंट है, जो प्लेटफॉर्म इकोनॉमी का बिगेस्ट कंज्यूमर है, इसके एट्रीब्यूट्स क्या हैं? इसके एट्रीब्यूट्स बड़े क्लियर एंड डिफरेंट है, सेम है. ये ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे नहीं है. इफ यू लुक फॉर अ ओला ड्राइवर और यू लुक फॉर अ जोमेटो ड्राइवर, दे आर नॉट सो एजुकेटेड पीपल हु आर देयर, हु आर कमिंग इन. ग्रेजुएट हैं, 12th पास है, 8वीं पास है, राइट. सेकेंड, दे आर नॉट वेरी कन्वर्जेंट इन विद टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट. ओला का ड्राइवर लेफ्ट से राइट करना आता है उसको, उससे ज़्यादा बोलोगे वो घबरा जाएगा, राइट. एंड थर्ड इज दे वांट टू बी स्पोकन इन देयर नेटिव लैंग्वेज, राइट. आज अगर आप तमिलनाडु में जाओगे, दैट इज वेयर वी गॉट अवर फर्स्ट मैंडेट फ्रॉम ओयो, कि वहाँ पे लोगों को तमिल में बात करनी थी, राइट. आप इंटीरियर्स में जाओगे, दे नीड टू बी स्पोकन इन अ नेटिव लैंग्वेज. तो ये जो ऐप वाले सॉल्यूशन है और यू नो वेबसाइट वाले सॉल्यूशन इस सेगमेंट के लिए काम नहीं करते, right? And this, as a Jivitam, as a startup, we realized long time, and I'm telling you, Jivitam does not have any app or website, and I have got 2 crore people registered with us. So without website and app, how could we get it? We use voice. Voice is an interface. Google कहता है बोलने से होगा, हम कहते हैं बोलने से होता है, right? So voice is a very clear interface which can be used for this segment. 21 भाषाओं में हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म काम करता है, और हम इस वॉइस के थ्रू उनको अप्लाई करने को कहते हैं IVR के थ्रू, और ऑटोमेटेड कॉल से उनको अपॉर्चुनिटीज प्रोवाइड करते हैं, उनको स्कीम्स के बारे में बताते हैं और ये सब करते हैं. सो आई थिंक दैट इज वेयर वी हैव चेंज. सो वी द सेगमेंट व्हिच वी आर लुकिंग इनटू, सर, वी नीड टू टेक अ सीट बैक एंड लुक इनटू हाउ वी आर इंटरैक्टिंग विद दिस सेगमेंट. इन वन ऑफ माय प्रीवियस पैनल्स, यू नो, इट वाज सेड कि हाँ, ओला के लिए, जो ओला के उनके ड्राइवर्स के लिए, वी नीड टू टेल देम अबाउट द आयुष्मान भारत स्कीम्स इन वेरी ऑल द थिंग्स. Okay, there are ways to tell to them, right? And that is one of the ways. But we also interact with them on a regular basis, where we converse with them and tell them what has to be done. Another thing, you know, this 2 crore ka data for us is irrelevant, because ये data जो है, ये हर Jio की स्कीम के साथ change होता है उनका मोबाइल नंबर. Jio comes with a mobile number and their number changes. They do not have, you know, Uber was saying कि email ID से मोबाइल पे आ गए, right? Because email IDs is very difficult for these people to have, right? So OTP based आ गए, and that changed everything. 80% of the support calls really come into. So email IDs इनके पास है नहीं, इनके addresses vague हैं. आप जिला ये, तालुका ये, तो इनको reach out करना ही सबसे बड़ी problem है. Why I'm sharing with this is one of the most important point of a social security is identification of beneficiaries, right? आज हमारे देश में सर 1800 स्कीम्स हैं जो गवर्नमेंट चला रही है. मोदी की गारंटी आप सबने सुना है, राइट? सो मोदी की गारंटी इज ऑल अबाउट स्कीम्स, राइट? सो व्हाट इज, देयर आर 1300 स्टेट गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स एंड 500 सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स, राइट? गवर्नमेंट को भी नहीं पता उनको क्या नहीं पता, बेनिफिशियरीज को तो भूल जाओ, राइट? क्योंकि आज जब उन्होंने एक पोर्टल बनाया है माय गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स करके, जहां पे सारी स्कीम्स को एक जगह डाल दिया। मेरे जैसा आदमी वो स्कीम्स को ढूंढने गया, मुझे मुश्किल हुई। सो इन लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करना जो बेनिफिशियरीज हैं स्कीम के लिए, ये है। बट गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, राइट? आज व्हेन आई स्पीक टू द जनरल इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज एंड से मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस के बारे में, आई सेड यार गवर्नमेंट इज वे हेड ऑफ यू। 41 करोड़ लोगों को उन्होंने आयुष्मान भारत के कार्ड एटलीस्ट दे दिए हैं, राइट? सो दीज आर द थिंग्स ऑन द ग्राउंड। क्या है, वी कैन गेट इनटू दैट डिबेट लेटर ऑन। But 41 Ayushman Bharat cards have been there. And sir, this is one of the big social security they have, right? Which government is anyway indirectly providing. How do they get into poverty is when they get ill. And when they get ill, they go to those sharks for the, treatment money they have to given. At least 5 lakh रुपए की social security तो है, right? ऐसे करके अगर आप, मैंने आपको फूड वाली तो बताई है। आज वो हमारे पुराने जमाने में अगर पिक्चर देखते थे तो एक माँ अपने वो देख रही है, उस खाली बर्तन देख रही है और वो कर रही है। एटलीस्ट वी हैव नॉट इनटू दैट स्टेज एनीमोर। नोबडी गोज empty stomach in our country today, courtesy that scheme, right? And that's a credit has to be given. COVID, social anarchy was saved because of this scheme, right? Because अगर जब आप घर पे बैठे हो, रोटी और कपड़ा तो है, right? लेकिन खाना कहाँ है, right? So I think that was there. So social security government have formulated 1800 schemes. अब उनके beneficiaries, when I was sitting with one of the one of the secretaries, he said, Munish, beneficiary को identify नहीं कर पा रहे. That is their problem, right? So if we are able to, if we look into these schemes, and this is a innovation which we as an industry has to look into, Zomato has to look into, Flipkart has to look into, all the people around, all the platform has to look into for their set of workers who are working with them as their force, gig force, which is there, what all schemes they can be entitled to. And believe me, if you know those people around, right? You know those people around, and a very simple way technology can really help you in identifying those people and giving them the social security, which as a social welfare state, government is already doing, right? I think so that is for me, a big innovation, a big takeaway for all of us over here to help provide social security, which we are looking into. And lastly, see for us, this problem which is of there, I'm having so many stakeholders, I'm happy, thank you for this, to Aishwarya to providing me an opportunity. Collaboration is the key, right? आज ये जो इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, ये अकेले सॉल्व जीवितम नहीं कर सकता, अकेले सॉल्व जोमेटो नहीं कर सकता, अकेले सॉल्व फ्लिपकार्ट नहीं कर सकता। यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग हैं जो बैठे हुए हैं एकेडमिया से, रिसर्च से, ये नहीं कर सकते। प्लेटफॉर्म इकोनॉमी इज देयर क्रिटिकल फॉर अस। एग्जाम्पल वुमेन, आज हमारे देश में वुमेन आज भी वनरेबल की, आई एम सॉरी टू से दैट, बट दे आर स्टिल कंसिडर्ड एज वनरेबल, right? They come into that category of vulnerable. Go into the villages, right? Mobility उनका challenge है, वो बाहर नहीं जा सकते, एक टाइम के बाद घर से बाहर नहीं जा सकते, right? उनको अपने घर परिवार की अपनी responsibilities देखनी है. How do you engage them in the workforce? Platform economy is the best way to do that because it gives them flexibility to do at their will whatever. When they are done with their household, their whole household responsibilities, they contribute, right? Location is not a challenge and they make money. So platform economy for the vulnerable segment is a very important element, and do that. One more aspect I just wanted to, because I heard about financial literacy and livelihood. So Jeevitam as a platform, we have provided livelihood, helped them directly, indirectly in livelihood for 1 million people in the last couple of years. That is number one. Number two, on financial literacy also, right, which I spoke to one of the panelists over here. She is talking about financial literacy. हमने एक साल के अंदर 4 लाख लोगों को अवेयर कराया फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी पर, फिजिकल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम अक्रॉस 500 plus cities and 12,000 things. So we have done it, and this we did with working along in collaboration with academia, working along with the social sector, working along with everyone. This was not done alone by us. So collaboration is the key, innovation is the key, technology is the key to get into the platform economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Munish ji, for giving that earthy perspective of on-ground issues. I now turn to Sanjay, who is online with us, Sanjay Shinde. As one of the largest e-commerce players in the country, worker welfare has been a key area of focus for you. What are some of the social protection initiatives for workers that you have started, and what are the lessons learned, and what would you like to state as industry experience in this regard?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and In fact, I would have loved to be there in person, but because of prior commitments, I had to stay back here. If you look at Flipkart, and Flipkart is e-commerce platform, Jaskaran is sitting there. She represents Zomato, and there are multiple others. We have different kind of people. So we call them manpower models. Particularly in e-commerce, we have different models. So there are our employees, the contract laborers, the gig workers, which are nothing but platform workers. Now, if you look at the welfare differs from the code to code. And if I have to talk about the platform on gig workers, generally we engage them only for our last mile deliveries. We don't engage them in warehouses or in other operations. They're only for the last mile deliveries. So for us, what is the very important is their safety and security. When they go on the ground, they're on the fields, they drive their own vehicles. This safety and security is very, very important for us. And that is, though it is not a social protection, but that is a key focus area for us, that how do we keep them safe, keep them secure from not only from the accidents, but also from the customers and other things. When it comes to welfare schemes, what we need we address their immediate social needs, immediate social protection. There are a couple of things which we do. We provide them the mediclaim insurance. Even the platform workers, we give them the mediclaim insurance, wherein they, along with their family, also is covered. A good part is, in fact, even the maternity is also covered under those insurance. The Ayush kind of treatment also is covered. Second thing, what we do is we have the group personal accident for all the gig workers, platform workers. Over and above, we also have a group term life for them. So if any unfortunate incident happens, and any of our colleagues, suppose, loses his or her life, then the family is at least taken care. So we extend them the personal accident, term life. At the same time, and even if you look at the personal accident, we have actually negotiated with the insurance provider and also incorporated a couple of things. Even the accidental medical expenses are taken care through the GPA. That is the another benefit we extend to them. We have a very good scheme for all our workers, and that is, we call it the Suraksha, branded that as Suraksha, wherein we provide them even the medical consultation, and that is available for the entire family. So for example, any of the worker has to consult doctor, and for any normal kind of treatment, maybe he has a fever or cold or cough, they have this facility we have tied up with Practo. They can take an online consultation, and 4 consultations are offered free of cost in a month. So people like us, suppose if we have to take a consultation, we have to end up paying around 650 rupees for each consultation, whereas all of them, they get free of cost. Over and above, they also get discounts on medicines and other things. So these are key social security benefits which we extend to people. Over and above, we also pay them the advances. Suppose if they need some amount, some money to take care of their expenses, that provision also is there. The timely payment is very, very important for this code. That also we ensure. So this is what generally we do. We do not have any long-term or maybe post-retirement social security schemes for them, and that will probably speak when it comes to what kind of role the government should play. We'll speak on that. But as of now, the insurance is the mainly one social security which we are extending to the people.
Thank you, Sanjay. So turning on to Dr. Jaskiran from Zomato. I mean, Munish did touch upon women as a segment, and it's a critical segment in the livelihood space as well. I mean, we have close to 49% of the workforce today as women, the potential workforce. I mean, since you represent Zomato and also the delivery segment, the hyper-local delivery segment is doing some great work in terms of establishing social protection, especially for women. And can you give some examples of such initiatives and the challenges that you face in this regard and how you are evolving in that direction.
Sure, thank you, Ramesh. Like my counterpart already said here, that platform economy is actually the ideal platform for women in our country in this particular context because of the flexibility it provides. All of us sitting in this room are aware that there are various social and biological factors that as women, we need to be cognizant of. With the flexibility comes the ability to choose when and how one wants to participate. With that in mind, at least at Zomato, we have approximately 2,000 plus active delivery partners who are women. Is this comparable to the male representation? Not at all, not even close to it. And this is where I reiterate the social and biological issues, because of which, and just to add, social protection is a very, very vast term. I'm going to limit it to social security provisions. With that in mind, Zomato, I'll take our own example, has, for example, provided maternity benefits to the women platform-based gig workers associated with our platform. Number two, we provide period rest days, because there could be that the gig worker participating on our platform is willing to participate but not able to, and one needs to be cognizant of that. Period rest days are ways in which we do an income protect cover, sir. So for 2 days every month, a woman delivery partner can take 2 days off and would get compensated for those 2 days. In addition to that, there are other provisions that we already had, but this goes beyond women. This is for every eligible delivery partner who's active on our platform. This, of course, includes accident coverage up to INR 10 lakhs. This includes health coverage. Health coverage is self plus family. We also provide income protection cover that goes beyond period rest. So in cases of dengue, malaria, typhoid, where one is again willing to participate but not able to, we provide an income protect cover. Now the interesting question that you've asked, Ramesh, is what are the challenges that one faces? And this is where I'll sort of loop in the regulations that are trying to be formed around it as well, that as an industry, it has taken us 10 years, right, to figure out how does one protect a platform-based gig worker. I'm sure prior to me speaking, there are multiple people who would have touched upon the dynamism within this industry. People enter, people leave, people log in, they will never participate, people will register, they will never log in. So to put things into context, till date, Zomato has provided livelihood to 24 million gig workers in India. But as of today, last quarter, there were only 4 lakh active. So do I provide social security to 24 million? Or do I, exactly, sir. So we're talking about 24 vis-a-vis, so like 24 vis-a-vis 4. So you can imagine just the scale at which people enter and leave. And at what point do we cover them? How long do we cover them for? Is it the platform's responsibility to for perpetuity cover? Because then we're pretty much giving unemployment benefits. And that is a tough ask on the industry. I believe G20 Sherpa, Mr. Kant, just day before in the Mahakumbh said that innovation and regulation don't go hand in hand. They will never go hand in hand. You need to have strong corporate governance so that the regulators don't enter the domain to curb innovation. We've touched upon the fact that innovations, and I completely concur with that, is very important for workers' welfare. So when we're making regulations, are we curbing the livelihood generation? The challenges, practical challenges that we face is, number one, identification of who gets the benefit. Now for health and accident, it is prospective. You take a delivery for me, I will cover you for XYZ days. You take another delivery for me, I'll cover you for another XYZ day. That's how Zomato operates, right? You take one delivery a month and you're covered for that month. So that's prospective. But when it comes to maternity, sir, it can't be prospective. Because the woman would probably want 6 months, and we can't say, oh, you must take one delivery a month. Then it has to be retrospective, that a certain number of deliveries should have been undertaken retrospectively for us to cover you, because for all intent and purpose, you're never going to enter the economy back. I mean, as informal employment myself, and there was a study done which the Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development had released with CII, I believe the members of CII sitting here, where they said that even in formal employment, there is a dip when it comes to women's participation, and that occurs at the time of maternity and post that. So we know that the women will not enter back with all intent and purpose for the right reason. Despite that, we provide flexibility and we provide a maternity coverage. This also, by the way, covers complications including miscarriage. We come from a place where we've understood the industry, understood the dynamic. So when the regulators try to enter the domain, our humble submission is, number one, for them to understand the dynamics. Because if we make regulations without understanding the context, we will end up hampering the industry. We will end up curbing innovation, and the very people to whom we want to provide social security will actually be taking away livelihood and earning opportunities from them. My final submission would be that another challenge that we face, sir, is there's this belief that platforms are all bad, that platforms only think about profitability. Within Zomato, our founder, Dipinder, in fact, this is in his book as well, Culture, speaks, adopted from Build to Last, this book by Jim Collins, speaks of the tyranny of or and the genius of and. And we believe in the genius of and. I could want profitability, but I could also want profitability with a purpose. They can coexist, and I believe that if the regulators sort of view platforms with that light, collaboratively, we'll be able to come up with a model that works for everyone without hampering the number of gig jobs available in India, because believe it or not, this is stopgap solution for most gig workers. This is not their full-time career. And in a country where there are no unemployment benefits, it is imperative that we have stopgap livelihood opportunities for everyone who does not have education qualification. All it requires is for you to pass a background check, and you can undertake delivery and participate in the platform work. Thank you.
Thanks, Jaskiran, for those hard numbers and pointers that brings to light the factual position of how the industry has to operate, the ground realities and the challenges. Turning to Sanjay again. Sanjay, I mean, you've heard Jaskiran just now, and you operate in the e-commerce segment. What have been some of the challenges in delivering effective, sustainable social protection benefits? And how do you think the government workers can come together to overcome this? I mean, as an e-commerce player, how do you see this?
Yeah, so in fact, Jaskiran gave good numbers, 24 million people, active only 4 lakhs. And we also have, in terms of not so huge numbers, but surely if you correlate to our kind of setup, we would have registered few thousands, and few hundred probably would be turning up on a daily basis. So the big challenge is the platform workers, they work at their will. It is not kind of a traditional employee-employee relationship wherein they are mandated to come every day, perform, and then they take a monthly salary. So that is one challenge which we face, and that's reason we can't formulate schemes which are equivalent to the regular employees. The second challenge which we face is whether those schemes, whether it can be economically viable for the organization, because I mean there can be ideal scheme, but whether it fits into the org economics, or I don't know. I mean that probably would be practically not possible to extend such schemes to this level of employees. Third thing, and which is very, very important, is the people are not taking benefit of even the medical numbers which I spoke about. Many of them, they do not take the benefits. We have to keep harping on, these are the benefits available for you, and please ensure. Last financial year, we did a study. There were we lost a couple of our colleagues, and in fact, their family members were not very willing to submit the documentation for the whatever benefits they can get for the death. Those are the challenges which we face generally. Second thing, if you look at how government workers and the aggregators, they can come together and make a social protection for this code of employees. I think government will play a very, very important role. What as aggregators, as platforms, what we can do is we will be happy, at least from e-commerce side, we'll be happy to contribute certain amounts. It can be called a sales or something else, which should be in line with the productivity of gig workers. Whatever payout we are doing to the gig workers or platform workers, we are fine paying the percentages of that. And the entire regulation, the monetary formulation and regulation of the scheme, I think government should play a very, very important role, because aggregators may not be able to do that, since this particular cohort works with multiple aggregators. So it will be very, very difficult to exercise those schemes. Government side also, if you look at the numbers, in fact, I was just going through PF and ESI. So PF, and this is 2-3 year old data I'm talking about, we have around 27,000 crores of unclaimed PF amount. ESI, if you look at 66,000 crores of surplus fund, and there's one more figure also, 1.07 trillion, probably, which can go to 1.3 trillion. So that kind of surplus fund is available with government, and only these two social security statutes. There's a very good infrastructure in the country of all the ESI hospitals. Why can't the government think of extending the medical benefits through ESI hospitals or ESI dispensaries to this set of employees? It's very, very important for them. There are other n number of schemes, like you talk about, in fact, one of the panelists was talking about 1,800 schemes, 1,300 by central government, 500 by state governments. So if you pick few, maybe Atal Pension Yojana or Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, or maybe post-retirement, whatever schemes can be given to them, those schemes can those schemes be extended to these workers, along with probably government can think of extending it to unorganized set of workers also. But this fund, these schemes should also be made applicable to this code of employees. Of course, aggregator would be happy to fund, but to some extent, it may not be possible for them to fund the entire scheme. It's very, very difficult. From the worker side, yes, one is a small contribution they can do, but what is important is they need to be educated. So they need to get benefit of these schemes. Otherwise, the excellent schemes which government can formulate, the aggregators can contribute. If the people are not getting benefited, people who are eligible for those benefits are not getting benefited, then it has the entire exercise probably will not get the results. So that's what I have to share.
Thanks, Sanjay. I think Sanjay brings across some of the perspectives on regulation and the challenges and so on. So I'm turning again to Jaskiran. I mean, you've been engaging with the government on the discussions around social protection, and we see there are certain central efforts, there are state efforts. I mean, apart from, of course, the schemes that are also out there in the market, you also have an approach being taken by center through the Code of Social Security and so on. And then suddenly you see some state governments jumping the gun and coming with their own set of schemes. As an industry and as an advocacy professional, one of the fundamentals we always look for is regulatory clarity and consistency. What is your take on how this will have an impact on worker welfare, considering that you have already seen both play out on the ground?
Sure, thank you. Just a quick clarification, it's 24 lakh, 2.4 million, slip of tongue. Now, to address the issue and just context setting, there is a code on social security that was enacted by the Indian Parliament in 2020. The code on social security provides for the central government to, number one, register all the gig workers. They've identified gig workers and platform workers, right? And the definition, it's actually one of the first countries to recognize this as a worker category, so kudos to India for that. Number two, it provides for the central government to frame legislations around accident, life, health, maternity, creche, old age, and anything that the government may prescribe from time to time with their rules. Number three, The funds for these can be either fully funded by the central government or taken some partiality or fully by the state governments or taken fully or in partiality by the aggregators or even contributions from the gig workers. Aggregators are to pay 2% of the annual turnover, capped at 5% payable to gigs. Now the context setting is done because as an aggregator, so I am already providing, given that the code has not yet been implemented, because for a code to be implemented, there needs to be rules. And right now, there's one rule that has come out for e-shram registration, which is a self-registration of gig workers. Now, with that in mind, there's a lacuna, because of which at least companies like Zomato are already providing the insurances that I have already touched upon. Now, these insurances are through a private insurance provider. I pay the premium to a private insurance provider, and platforms have no incentive to make sure that the claims don't go through, because actually we don't take a single penny of contribution from the gig workers. It is fully funded by the platform in Zomato's case, and then the private insurance provider will provide the subsequent claim as and when an incident occurs. With that context in mind, the state governments have now sort of come in with Rajasthan enacting, previously was a bill, now an act, which is the Rajasthan Registration and Welfare Act. I believe Karnataka has a draft, Telangana is in conversation and is close to releasing a draft. There are conversations even in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, I believe Chhattisgarh, Haryana had a consultation on this as well. Now when something like this happens, number one, where does a gig worker register? Do they go to e-shram? Because the uptake in e-shram itself is limited. Then Karnataka recently released a portal. I believe their numbers are in 6,000 registrations. So the uptake is low. Now, why the uptake is low? One needs to understand that. We ourselves held about 10 camps in partnership with CSC Pan India, and only 120 people turned up there because these are hyper-local deliveries. There is no centralization or aggregation. They pick up as per their convenience. If I'm in India Habitat Center and the gig comes in, it's my choice if I want to undertake that gig, and it's my choice whether I want to deliver it to Lodhi or to South Tex or to Defense Colony. Complete. Now you ask me to go to XYZ area to do some registration, I might not be willing to do that. So those sort of registrations are happening. Then there are some which are putting onus on the platform saying, you give us the data. We are today living in the generation of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Until and unless there is no underpinning, which is statutory, sir, I cannot share bank account details of gig workers as a platform. That is a breach of a data principles data with me, and I would treat that same data with that much sanctity of a customer. So why not of a gig worker? Number two, so that's the registration angle. Multiple registrations happening with multiple, and this is not just at the state level. There are regional and circle officers who get in touch requesting for this data. So there needs to be a sort of convergence of all of it for universal data collection, where there is one database, and that should ideally be e-shram with the dissemination happening at the state level. The second is the fund mechanism that Dr. Sasi Kumar touched upon. State laws, strangely, do not speak of what it is that they will provide. They're very mute on that. At least the COSS has spoken about the 6 things that I highlighted previously. State legislations don't provide for that. Not until you've identified what you want to provide, will you identify who you want to provide it to. So Rajasthan had a statement about a gig worker being a gig worker for perpetuity. That is factually incorrect. Factually incorrect, because they come and go. So that's the second bit, that what is it that you're going to provide? State governments are quiet on that, which is why they don't know who they want to cover. And that's why they're relying on the fund mechanism, sir, and that will lead to triplication of effort. We're giving funds to the private insurance provider. There will come a time by law, we will have to submit 2% of our turnover to the central government. And now suddenly by law, we will have to give a cess to the state. Now, if I may ask the audience one question, and please be honest about this. In the past 1 year, out of all the orders that you have placed online, how many of you have actually given a tip on each and every of those orders? Well done, ma'am. My point being, customers are sensitive to price. There is price elasticity. And as soon as you do cess, factually there will be a fall in demand. Factually, some platforms will cease their operations in the smaller towns, and factually gig work will stop existing in those small towns. So while we're trying to help gig workers, multiple regulations will actually lead to loss of gig work. Thank you.
Thanks, Jaskiran. And I think this is something that can create a threat to this beautiful model that's emerging on ground. And there is a need for regulatory clarity and consistency. And by consistency, we mean that if there is one nation, one kind of law, which the states are free to replicate, but when you see more such things emerging, the concept of universal coverage can go for a toss. For the simple reason that the gig worker operating in Karnataka may have his family in Bihar and may not have his domicile even in that state for proving his credentials. So would you deny cover to that just because you are in that state? So we do see those kind of threats emerging, and thanks, Jaskiran, for bringing this out. I now turn to Munish. Munish, you've heard all of them, and there is often this question that gets asked to me, and I thought, who better than you to answer that? The point that goes against the gig worker is to say, so are you going to, I mean, when I keep talking future of jobs is work, there are different work opportunities. We have a population that keeps producing 1.5 to 2 crore people every year into the workforce. Formal jobs don't exist that much. In fact, the global formal jobs number is lesser than the Indian population. Most of it is unorganized and what you call informal jobs. One of the things that comes in the gig economy is people say, do you see somebody perennially delivering? And the answer is certainly no. I mean, Jaskiran's numbers say that. People register, opt in, opt out, but at any given point of time, you will have so many 4 to 5 lakh people actively participating. What happens to, I mean, you're a platform which is trying to give livelihoods. Now, I join as a gig worker today for delivery, let's assume for Zomato, through your platform, you pick me up, and I'm from the hinterland. Maybe after 2 years, I might think, okay, what next for me, right? So just like you join a corporate sector, is there a continuum of growth path that you're working out for that 2 crore people who joined in your database? That's saying, hey, you are a driver today, tomorrow you can possibly own your own vehicle, or you can get access to funds, set up your own business. So what is the steps in that direction that Jeevitam is working on?
Thank you. I'll just, from an over-regulation point of view, I'll just give one perspective, and Ramesh, we have discussed this many times, The largest employer in our country is railways, right? 1.4 million people. And second is defense, okay, 1.2 million people. Now look into her number, 2.4 million, and if you look into the Ola number, again 2.5 million. Today, if you start looking into from the prism of the social security, the way you're looking at a railway, anyway, they are going on strike again for NPS and all, that is I'm hearing, right? You need to come out, they have to come out with a budget in the government, right? So somewhere we need to follow a path very clear that are we overstepping out and taking into that side? So this is one point. Second, see, what we have to look into this gig first from a social and a financial inclusion perspective, right? It is not only livelihood, you need to look into in a complete picture. This point which she referred, right, this is a problem not peculiar to Zomato, this is across industry, wherein 80% of the people who have registered, they are not working, right? Only 20% of them are working. So we looked into this question as to why they are doing so, right? So there are two aspects to it. One, we can blame them, which generally we do that, right? Arey, ye kaam karna nahi chahta, or ye, theek nahi hai, whatever it is, at the from your reason. Somewhere we forget that they are also our internal customers and we need to add value to them, right? I'll tell her also, and I'll tell Sanjay also to look into, if she is there for 10 years, I'm sure there will be a lot of delivery riders which are there with them for last 10 years. I'm sure there will be a lot of population for that, if the study is done for that. Because in my brother's company, there is a guy who's working for last 30 years, right? He's working for 30 years because he's seeing value in that company and he's continuing with them. And it's not that he's earning a lot of money, right? See, a 20-year experienced person in the corporate world, if we are working, we started our career, in 20 years, our salary will be 20x or 5x or 10x, whatever it is there. But this guy, if he is working as a rider or a driver, his salary after 20 years will be only marginal increase. It is not going to increase 20x or 5x. So what does this guy do to augment his income? His responsibilities increase, his kharcha increase as his life increases, what does he do? So what he does is, he has secondary income coming in, he has his tertiary income coming in. The driver will do odd jobs, he will have a farming, he will go for farming, right? When the agriculture things, that most of these migrant workers or the drivers, they are coming from their home, and when the sowing season comes, and then they go back, right? That is there. So they are augmenting their income, because यहाँ से कुछ कमाएंगे, यहाँ से कुछ कमाएंगे, हमारा income होगा. So that is there. And Modi ji said once in one of our platform, which I heard, आप इनको ये बताइए कि पैसे कैसे बनते हैं, right? सीख ही अपने आप लेगा. So I travel Ola a lot, Ola Prime Plus, right? So I asked the Ola driver कि तुमने Ola driverगिरी कैसे की? Generally I have conversations. So ना तो उसने ड्राइवर सीखना किसी ड्राइविंग स्कूल जाके सीखा, right? और ना ही उसने ओला का ऐप किसी जाके किसी स्किलिंग काउंसिल से सीखा, right? उसको बताया कि लेफ्ट से राइट करने से राइड हो जाती है, और ऐसे ब्रेक मारते हैं और ऐसे करते हैं, उसने गाड़ी सीख ली, बिकॉज इससे पैसे बनते हैं उसके, राइट? सो पैसे दो ही तरीके से बनते हैं, उसको ये समझाना है, पैसे कमा के और पैसे बचा के, राइट? और वो ही चीज हमें इनको सिखानी है. सो इफ the platforms start taking ownership of these people from a perspective कि yes, we are not only going to ensure that these people come in, we give them benefits, we are going to look into how their social and financial inclusion. Will be the enablers. Like what you are saying, government is saying, we will spend money. Government is anyway spending 200,000 crores, right? Every year for these segment. इन्हीं segment के लिए तो वो काम कर रही है. तो वो ये प्रे कर रही है कि यार आपके पास ये काम है, इनको ये गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स दे दो, राइट? इनको ये फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी दे दो, इनको ये डिजिटल लिटरेसी दे दो. सो इफ वी एंड दे आर पेइंग फॉर इट, राइट? यू आर ओनली एनेबलिंग इट आउट. सो उनको जब ये पता चलना शुरू हो जाता है कि उनको क्या नहीं पता, आई थिंक more of things, it is more about awareness, number one. Number two, identification of beneficiary. जब ये होना शुरू हो जाएगा और social and financial inclusion के prism से देखना शुरू कर दोगे, the retention will be much more, right? Retention because इसने तो मुझे government scheme दिलवाई थी, 5 लाख रुपए का मेरा आयुष्मान भारत में enrollment करा दिया था, और उससे जब मैं बीमार पड़ा तो मेरा तो पैसे reimburse हो गए, मैं तो अब Flipkart को नहीं छोड़ूंगा, मैं अब तो Zomato को नहीं छोड़ूंगा. These are the feelings, these are the things which come in. So social and financial inclusion, we need to look it from a social and financial inclusion point of view. Second is, see, आज most of the hiring, if in Flipkart, I work with Zomato, I work with Flipkart, I've seen that most of the hiring takes place on references, right? ये आप जाके किसी newspaper में ad देके riders नहीं लेके आ रहे हो, mostly it is coming from references, right? ये लोग community वाले लोग हैं. These are all people from community. जब मुझे काम मिलता है, ये segment है, जब इसको काम मिलता है, when they get livelihood, right? They tell their fellow villagers, fellow relative, दोस्त को बताते हैं कि देख यहाँ जा तुझे काम मिलेगा. व्हाइट कॉलर में क्या होता है, मुझे काम मिल गया, मैं चुपचाप बैठ जाता हूँ, मैं किसी को नहीं बताता कि काम मिलेगा, तेरे को वहां जाके अप्लाई कर, बिकॉज आई सी दैट एज अ कॉम्पिटिशन. दे डोंट सी दिस एज अ कॉम्पिटिशन, दे वर्क एज अ कम्युनिटी. द वे यू नीड टू लुक एट फ्रॉम दिस पीपल इज फ्रॉम अ कम्युनिटी परस्पेक्टिव, how this community can come in. And when you start looking at Zomato riders as a community, or a Flipkart last mile delivery people as community, lot of will change, right? Lot of peer thing will happen, and वो अपने आप में एक दूसरे को जाएंगे और आगे. So उनको आज अगर डिलीवरी राइडर जो है जोमेटो को, अगर वो फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर बन रहा है, राइट, या वो ट्रैवल एजेंट बनना है, इसमें जोमेटो को कोई, बिकॉज दिस इज नॉट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, एंड दैट वे ही इज अर्निंग मोर, राइट? द मोर ही अर्न्स, ही स्टेज, द मोर ही इज पार्ट ऑफ कम्युनिटी विच इज देयर. एंड लास्टली, सी, इनके साथ इंटरैक्शन डिजिटल नहीं होता है इतना, राइट? द मोमेंट यू सेंड देम, right, whatever you may send them a WhatsApp message or any of those things, it doesn't work with them, right? It is one-to-one interaction with them which really works with them, right? जब आप इनको बिठा के इनको समझाते हो कि भैया ये तेरे लिए benefit है, ये तेरे को इससे फायदा होगा, उनको समझ में आता है, right? So our communication, we need to, and this is what we Jeevitam at VJeevitam we told, जो white collar solutions will not work for this segment of people. Right, that we have to be absolutely clear. That is why we came it with voice, we do work fairs, we do awareness at scale campaigns, because one-to-one physical touch में आते हो, सब कुछ समझ में आता है, and ये करते हैं. इनकी aspiration उतनी ही है जितनी हमारी है. ये भी अपने बच्चों को अच्छी एजुकेशन देना चाहते हैं, ये भी अच्छी फैसिलिटीज देना चाहते हैं, ये भी स्विगी और फ्लिपकार्ट पे जाके खरीदना चाहते हैं. Now ONDC is coming in to help them, right? So digital public infrastructure is doing good. You know, UPI came in, they accepted. You know, आज ये नहीं बोलिए कि हाँ UPI के acceptance कहाँ से हुई, कोई training नहीं दी गई. उसको दिखे कि मेरे पैसे बच रहे हैं, right? By doing UPI मेरा business बढ़ रहा है, मेरे पैसे बच रहे हैं, उसने UPI को adopt कर लिया at scale which was never done, right? Show them the money and they will work for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish. We are running short on time, so we'll bring this session to a conclusion. Thanks, Dr. Shashi Kumar, Manish, Jaskiran, and Sanjay. Just in conclusion, I think everybody has stated their point quite clearly. The future of jobs is work for this segment, and as the disruptive economy keeps growing, I think one of the things that it has managed to break is this entry barrier. There is quite inclusivity that I see in this disruptive platform economy for the simple reason that you have the top of the pyramid, the middle of the pyramid, and the bottom of the pyramid working together, and bottom of the pyramid through feet on ground, which is the gig workers. And in the past, we have always talked about knowledge economy and knowledge sector, so it was largely restricted to a particular section of the society which made it big through their education and so on, getting jobs. But the platform economy has managed to be more inclusive than any other sector that it has done. I call them the children of the internet because you take the internet away, none of them would exist. And for the last so many years, we have seen all these platforms grow because they are a creation of the internet and the connectivity that has come through the payment infrastructure and so on. Going forward, I think what we have heard is that there is need for regulatory clarity, consistency. You have so many government schemes. It's equally important that the government works with the platform economy and the platform economy works with the government to bring a kind of a collaborative effort to give coverage to the gig economy. And in that sense, true sense, it will be all inclusive and there will be universal coverage. So we'll bring this session to a close. Thank you so much for my panelists.
Thank you, Ramesh, sir, for moderating the session. And I take this opportunity to thank all our esteemed panelists for their valuable insights. I now invite Prakash to honor our guests with a token of our gratitude. If you could just have one group photograph, yeah. Friends, we are all now set for our third and final discussion of the day, titled Innovation for Social Protection and Financial Inclusion in India's Platform Economy. The panel discussion will center around the role of innovation in enhancing social protection and financial inclusion for workers in the platform economy. It will examine cutting-edge technologies and models that can facilitate access to financial services, insurance, and savings for platform workers. The conversation will also address the potential for digital platforms to serve as conduits for delivering social protection benefits, thereby advancing financial inclusion among the segment of the workforce. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Apurv Kulkarni, Head of Research at OMI Foundation, who will be moderating the session. I now take the privilege of inviting all our panelists for this session. Co-chairing the session will be Dr. Ruma Ghosh, who is currently the Senior Fellow Coordinator, Center for Social Protection and Health Studies, and Editor Labor and Development at the V.V. Giri National Labor Institute. Our second co-chair is Mr. Rajiv Dubey. He's a member of the governing board of the International Labour Organization, Geneva. He also holds a master's in economics from Delhi School of Economics, and Mr. Dubey's commitment to excellence is reflected in his GPHR certification. We welcome you, sir. Our third panelist is Ms. Parul Khanna. She's the co-founder and director of Pingbox Solutions. Ms. Khanna is the former journalist at BBC and CNBC and NDTV, and she leads initiatives in micro-pension and micro-insurance targeting low-income women across developing nations. We welcome you, ma'am. Joining online with us today is Mr. Ketul Acharya. Mr. Acharya currently serves as president of the Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship, driving efforts to scale up entrepreneurship globally. We welcome you, sir. Our final panelist for the day is Ms. Preeti Rao. Ms. Rao serves as Director of Partnerships and Outreach at Lead Kriya University, playing a pivotal role in organizational development and strategic leadership. We welcome you, ma'am. I now hand it over to Apurv to moderate the session.
Thank you, Anish. And can we start with a loud round of applause for our speakers over here, please? So, you know, when a conference is very engaging, very insightful, and very learned speakers are present, often it runs late. And so what happens is when you're the moderator of the very last panel, you're also under a lot of time pressure. But in my case, I think I'm also fortunate because I am with people who are innovators and change makers. And if they know something very well, it's how to make elevator pitches. So I'm going to ask all of you to keep your comments short and crisp so that we are able to pack a punch. And this session is equally insightful, equally action-packed for all our audience members over here. Diving straight in, this panel is focusing on innovation and its interplay with social security as well as financial inclusion. We have with us Parul, and as an innovator, as an entrepreneur, let me get straight to the point. Could you please help us understand how innovation benefits a worker from a social security perspective throughout the life cycle of their engagement with platform models?
Thank you, Apurva. Thank you all for being here still, this being the last session. I think there are a couple of things when it comes to technology. I truly believe that technology can do whatever you want it to do, right? So your interaction with technology as a gig worker is because they understand it, they've got this digital tool on their hand. But what really is the challenge is, how does he use it for his social security or financial needs? If you say, can you save 600 rupees as a bundled product in insurance and short-term savings and pensions, he's going to say, I do not have 600 rupees or 1,000 rupees left at the end of the month to put in money anywhere. And this is a conversation I have with any platform driver who I sit with in the car. But if I tell him that, can you save 50 rupees a day? So he'll think and he'll say, 50 रुपए तो हो जाते हैं. कई बारी 10-20 रुपए गिर भी जाते हैं तो पता नहीं चलता है. So can the financial technology provide such access to a person who to be able to access financial services pretty much like you and I do? The second thing is they are not aware of the benefits that they should get, they should be asking for, commanding for, demanding for. They are not aware of that. And we must also not forget the reason why the Social Security Code has come about only for the gig workers is because of the sheer numbers that they are joining the workforce with. Hence, they deserve such social security benefits which are technology-led. I think to the point that lady made from Zomato in the last talk is that who does she pay social security to? It's a very valid question. Should the government be doing it? The government doesn't have that kind of money to be able to provide any such security with less than 6% taxpayers in the country. Please don't put any more burden than us than we already do. So I think that the solution is also in having what we are trying to do with the Ola Foundation as well, is to have an industry-level social security platform. so that Zomato only has to pay for the tenure that their driver is working for them. So that Ola only has to work. So even if there is, it resolves the problem of portability. It resolves the problem of not having a financial burden or social responsibility on the gig platform or the gig worker. It could then be co-contributory as well. It could then be third-party contributory as me as a consumer. I may not give him a tip every time, but if you tell me, would you like to put 1 rupee into his, 10 rupees into his pension account? I think I may say yes, right? So if you make an industry-level technology platform that allows pretty much the way our PFs work. By the way, PF is a form of provident fund that requires payout, social security, includes pensions and insurance and other short-term savings. I think that bifurcation should always be there. That means social security means that they get insurance benefits while they're working and they get pension benefits when they stop working. So I think that little caveat should also be sensitized. So we would recommend, like we're working with you, on a technology platform that works for the industry.
Thank you, Parul. And yes, absolutely agree with you that technology has the power to do anything that you apply it to. And you know, if you were to apply technology, I think it's important to do it smartly, which means that we also have to think about how does data come into play over here. So let me turn to Preeti over here. And Preeti, I'm going to ask you twofold questions. So one is, how does data help in informing social security development for platform economy? And I'm also going to request you at the same time to, as you're answering this question, if you could also touch upon how the needs of women who engage in platform economy can also be catered when you design a social security system that's sustainable, that's innovative, that's responsive to the demands of these workers. So Preeti, over to you.
Thank you, Apu, and thanks to everyone, and thanks for inviting me to this panel. In terms of data, right, so basically we all know that there are 8 million gig workers in this economy, and you know, most of them are in the youth space, right? So greater than 50% are below 28 years old. So their career path, their you know, future progression is something that the nation as a whole has to, you know, think about. And they are earning just below 20,000 a month. So they do not really have kind of a security for the future. So we really have to look at what is their financial health. So that's one thing. So there are different aspects to financial health. I'll just deep dive into that. On the other hand, we'll also have to look at what is their aspirations and obligations. So there are two sides to the coin. So what we have done is we have done a couple of studies. So I would just take that as an example. So we find that you know, we created some personas of you know, these gig workers, and we find 3 major personas coming out of this. So one is basically something that we call a constrained earner. So who actually has a you know, a dependent family, is obligated to you know, provide for this family, is constrained because this is the only source of income he has, and this is the only source of job placement he has, and so on. Sorry for saying he, because you know, that's there is of course you know, he and she as well in this. So this constrained earner basically looks for traditional kind of financial support. We're looking at you know, bank accounts, fixed deposits, these kind of financial supports that we already have. Then we have something called the ambitious achiever. He's more you know, aspirational, and gig work is just a stopgap for this profile, right? So they're looking to move into you know, maybe entrepreneurship, self-employment, other kinds of modes of earning income. And lastly, we see something called you know, the motivational spender. So this is like the category where they're just out of college. They're looking at this as a you know, part-time job, like something that can earn some additional pocket money for them, and they're looking at you know, spending for you know, non-essential products. So it's very important to see when we're you know, designing financial inclusion products or social security, to see where these people are placed, where they figure. So that's one part of it. The other thing is we also created something called this financial health scorecard, which looks at different like different dimensions. So it looks at savings, expenses, borrowing, planning, decision making, and resilience. And we find that the composite score is actually just below 50. It's 49, the composite score for this segment as a whole, which is in itself worrying. But we also see that 65% are in the financial coping segment, which means that they fare very low in things like savings and resilience, which is very important for somebody who's looking at a future kind of progress mechanism. So savings, for instance, they're not looking at long-term savings. Only 13% have even thought of or invested in any kind of long-term savings. And they are saving less than 40% of their income. So when you look at future planning like pension, etc., it's mandated that it should be above 50% of their income on an ongoing basis. And if you look at resilience, there is no emergency fund that's put aside for financial shocks. We saw COVID affected a lot of people, but there's no emergency fund that they're thinking of. And that's where social protection also comes into play. Assigned social protection is not at all there. Less than 25% have bought insurance for themselves. So sometimes the platforms do provide social security, but this is mostly like accidental insurance, for instance, when there is a transport kind of a mechanism involved. So these are some of these aspects that we have to keep in mind when you're trying to design these products and services. And women specifically, when we, I don't know, somebody said 49%, but I think less than 10% we see are women in this workforce. And also they are traditionally in these traditional beautician kind of jobs, which actually further accentuates the gender norms that we see. So basically, of course, it's a lucrative employment for them. It's flexible. They can choose their hours, given care responsibilities and so on. But there could be a lot of work in terms of, bringing awareness or skilling them in non-traditional kind of roles as well in this space. In terms of social security benefit, there could be, so apart from insurance, etc., women particularly need all the maternity benefit, leave benefits and so on, given their family situations. So I think that even the lady from Zomato also mentioned that this is all considered by the platforms, but that is something that to keep in mind. And also safety is a very important aspect. So there is these cab, Uber and Ola, for instance, have their SOS mechanisms that provide for safety mechanisms for women. So yeah, these are some of the aspects. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Preeti, and for highlighting all the data, and also to emphasize that when you think of social security, there are different elements. There are gender nuances when it comes to social security, and it's important to take into account all of those needs. Throughout the day, we have touched upon various aspects, various principles, but at the same time, an underlying question lingers. We just heard from Preeti that the uptake of social security benefits is very, very limited. And we've had other speakers who have also emphasized similar things for us. We've also heard how companies are paying for it, but there is a viability of these continued social security protection mechanisms that also needs to be considered. And lastly, we can count on government to what extent. So the underlying question really is that who pays for financial security? And so let me turn to you, Dr. Ghosh, and maybe request you to reflect on your experience and expertise and help us understand what are the models that are prevailing across the world for financing of social security. What can India learn from them? What should India avoid for that matter?
Thank you, Apur, and thank you, Omai, for having me here. So when we are talking about like universal social security, like as ILO recommendation 202 talks about the approach of giving horizontal social security, and then for countries to gradually increase the social security or extend the social security to cover the entire citizens or bring about universality. But then when we are talking about universality, one pressing issue that comes is how does the financing of universal social security take place. Now there are different mechanisms of financing social security. One is the most common method is the taxation. But then again in taxation there are a lot of nuances, lot of work being not calculated, lot of workers not being accountable, not being able to actually calculate or the people or estimate the people who would be liable to pay tax. So one, if the country has to think about like maintaining the robust social security mechanism, but actually it is not possible for any country to go ahead and do the entire social security through taxation, because there are a lot of problems in terms of the coverage or the adequacy. But the countries can have an option of increasing the taxation net and being more strict and increasing the taxation net. But then studies have shown all over the world that wherever social security is done through taxation, there are many gaps in the social protection, or the adequacy level is not met. So the other option is contribution. Now contribution, who contributes? There are contribution can be from the like the insurance model where the employer pays and the worker pays, or contribution can be, there are many countries who go for compulsory contribution by the workers if they are above a particular income level. Or the third option is that the employer pays partly, the government pays partly, and the worker pays partly. So it's a mix and match. So now when it comes to the workers' contribution, one main issue that is there is, as also Preeti was talking about, the fact about their earning, how much they're earning. Is their earnings adequate enough to contribute for the social security or not? And many a times in the informal sector, in the non-standard work, in the gig economy, there are studies all over the world which have shown that their earnings are not enough for them to just have their entire social security dependent on the contribution base. So the other then the insurance model. Now what happens in for the insurance model, you need an employer. Now when you especially in the gig economy, this becomes a big issue. Like, who are your workers? Are these workers directly your workers? Are these workers self-employed, independent workers, or are they dependent workers? Dependent independent workers. So this issue becomes a big concern. And now European Council has come up. You may be aware, many of you, that has come up with five criteria, and that if the workers, for example, if they draw a particular amount, upper limit of salary, then they would be considered as their own workers. Or if the work is being supervised and monitored, or if there is a control by the employer, for example, Ola or Uber or Zomato, they are controlling the workers, or they're restricting certain freedom, for example, freedom to organize or collectively unionize, or for example, control over their working conditions. So if these five issues are met, then the worker is supposed to be a worker of that company. Now many countries, there are countries like Spain, France, Canada, Germany, many countries have actually taken from this European Council's formulation of a worker nomenclature, and they have announced that if 3 out of these 5 categories are met, or if 2 of the 5 categories are met, then they would be considered as workers. So many countries have done that already. Many countries have already done. And then many countries have, like Germany, for example, they have also gone for a kind of mix and match in terms of it may not be completely, because someone was mentioning that many a times the workers are not working on a full-time basis, and this is not their only work. The ILO study, Umarani's study, has shown that many of the workers who are working in the gig and platform economy, most of them are secondary workers. The primary workers, they might be having some other work, but this is their primary work. And most of the people who are covered in terms of social security are the ones who have some other work as their primary work. The people who have the platform work as their primary work, most of them, they are not adequately covered in terms of either accidental insurance or in terms of maternity or in terms of old age benefit. So there are many examples of countries now who have actually tried to mix and match with partly workers who are above a particular wage limit. They are asked to compulsorily contribute for the social security, maybe about 50% contribution from the worker, and then again 30% by the platform companies, the aggregators, and 20% by the government. Germany has adopted this model. So there are many such models, like many such, Brazil, Argentina, who have taken up this model of, not putting a pressure on the government's resources, on the taxes, or not putting a pressure on the employers, and making them pay for the entire social security of the gig and platform workers, and also making the workers who are in a position to pay partly responsible to pay for their own contribution. So I'll end here. If you want, I'll be again coming back.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Let me actually turn to Rajiv sir, and then followed by that, I'll also just turn to Parul. Rajiv sir, we have been incredibly fortunate that you're there with us, because you have a vantage point of how the labor thought process is happening globally as a member of the governing body. And I would love for us to know how the thinking around social protection is evolving in different parts of the world. What should we learn from them? What should we maybe ignore for that matter?
My God, that's really, it'll take a few months to answer your question. Let me just say that the conversations in the ILO, mostly at the moment on the platform economy, have to do with the classification of workers. So the huge part of the discussion, and where there is a big split between the European Union and the United States and some of the Latin American countries on the one hand, and the entire group from Asia and Africa and some of the European countries. Of course, Japan and Australia always go with the Europeans. So there's a complete split. And in fact, a lot of people are actually looking to India to be a pioneer in how to treat platform workers. And the Code on Social Security, of course, is a major sort of beacon that has come up. But there is no answer. I think if you look, different countries within the same geography have different levels of observing. Now, so you'll have to draw a matrix actually and see which one. But I would say that from the point of view of India, if at all we want to look at some other country, and actually the fact is that everybody is looking at India, it would be Indonesia. Okay. And so, I mean, we could, from many points of view, want to do some kind of benchmarking with Indonesia. But does it mean that there are answers to the kinds of questions that have been raised? I'm afraid I'm not aware of any answers, any cookie-cutter answers. There is a lot of general talk. Yes, it must be partly contributory, partly non-contributory. We must work together. We must collaborate. And it's an ecosystem that we have to develop. We can't do it overnight. These are all generalities. I hear very little of specifics in the ILO. And in fact, today in the session before, I heard more specifics than I've heard in 1 year in the ILO. So I'm afraid, truthfully, I'm not able to give any gyan on specific solutions, except to say that India probably will be the country that will actually be looked at by many other countries to show us the way on how to deal with platform workers and how to handle social security. I know that we ourselves don't know the answer, but somewhere, sometime in small bits and pieces we'll get some answers. But there is no one correct answer, that I can assure you, and there's a complete split between the East and the West and the North and the South. and there's a huge debate going on. But they're going to come up with labor standards. It's not going to be easy, they'll be general, but they'll say it depends upon the country's circumstances and the laws of the country. So we cannot really depend on looking at anywhere else, we'll have to find our own answers.
So, thank you for sharing that. And you know, as you were mentioning all of your experiences, what I thought was India is a land of seekers, and when the world doesn't find answers, it turns to India often. I think this is no exception for that matter. Parul, I'm going to ask you a question, and after that, I'll have Ketul come in because his perspective is something which I'm really, really keen to hear from his vantage point. Parul, you know, we've heard earlier speakers also mention, we've also touched upon this in our own report that's been unveiled today, which also, by the way, sir, covers Indonesia as one of the countries that we have done benchmarking against with US, with UK, etc. So Parul, you know, let's talk about on-the-ground unlocks that we need. As an innovator, as an entrepreneur, as someone who's trying to reinvent the traditional model of social protection, what regulatory changes do you think are most essential for us today to be able to make meaningful changes in an acceptable time frame?
That's a loaded question, I can tell you that. I can probably answer that with some experiences that we've had on the ground and where regulatory environment and policy has helped. We worked in Rwanda. We started work there in 2018. At that time, the government did not have a social security framework, even in the legislation. They only had it for the formal sector, and there's a large portion of gig workforce as boda drivers, the scooter drivers, the cycle drivers, who work across Africa, and they also tend to port between East Africa and West Africa in a few countries. Because the government made a decision to have health, which is a very successful scheme they have, they decided to do short-term savings, they decided to do insurance, and they decided to do pensions, all on voluntary basis. But they created this environment and a mandate for every state. Remember, that's also a democracy, quote-unquote democracy, where each of the government officials in a state were given a KPI to be able to deliver such benefits. Now, when we entered, the coverage of that country was 5%. Today, as we sit, it is 55%. Now, this is also true for India. We worked in 2 states. We worked in Gujarat. We started working there in 2012. That woman today has 20 lakhs in her bank account by saving 100 rupees a day. Now, such forums and many more, there are several conversations that this should be done, this is how it should be done, the government should do this, the platform should do this, the gig worker should do this, there should be this mandate, and so on and so forth. But I can tell you something, the cost of not doing this is much more than we delaying this decision. And I can give you simple maths. NPS is a very popular product in India. It does quite well. Even if 1 million gig workers started saving 2 years ago, 10 years ago, since the conversation's been happening, 10 years ago, 1 million of them saved 50 rupees a day, we would have had 3,600 crores of assets under management, which even Zomato does not need to have a welfare fund then. The cost of delay is way more. And sir, I understand you saying that you're not getting answers. You probably don't talk about it. The industry needs to come together. There are different kinds of social security schemes that need to be thought of, tax funded, so on and so forth. But in this case, I don't know how far it works. Even gender doesn't matter. Because if we get this right, everybody will join. All it needs is one platform that talks to all gig workers, and it is portable. It'll work. Of course, it'll have teething problems. Of course, it'll not be the best at day one. We will not have the right kind of products. But like I said, the cost of not doing it is way more than the conversations that we're having and the delay for us to wait for the government to deliver.
Thank you, Parul. I'd like to now turn to Ketul. Game has been a champion of entrepreneurship and enterprise for that matter, which means that you also you get to learn about evolving models, but also you have an active role in getting them to the finish line really, and therefore this is really a reflective question that I'm asking you that how is platform economy leading the kind of job creation of work paradigm that we have in India today? Has it evolved? And if so, how has it evolved for that matter?
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, OMI, Apurva, Ashwarya, for inviting me, and apologies for not being present in person. I would say that, yes, we are trying. We are not really, I would say, pioneer, as you are saying. We are all making effort collectively in that direction. But to your question, I would say, first and foremost, I would say it's significant and transformative change I can see. Of course, a lot more needs to be done, but with multiple opportunities being opening up, whether it is at the employment level, whether it is the entrepreneurship level, whether it is economic growth level through platform-led work is what is visible. Clearly, I think with the number of people growing, number of individuals leveraging online platforms that is growing, if you see the number of platforms that existed a decade back vis-a-vis what exists today, 5 times increase with the public digital infrastructure that has come in, I think trend is definitely likely to continue to grow in that direction with more technological advancement as we see on ground. Changing work preferences, I think post-COVID, you see a seeming change in the work preferences. I think platform economy is and will play a major role as we are experiencing on ground. And of course, with increasing digital tools and platforms. And if you have to look at examples, some of them are sitting there and some of them spoke, whether there is freelancing platforms like Upwork and freelancers providing the opportunities to connect for work globally, whether it is gig platforms, some of them spoke earlier, offering flexible work opportunities and multiple work opportunities, e-commerce platforms or digital payment platforms or remote work possibilities. I think I would say it's significant and transformative. However, I think we'll have to see now the shift happening from tier 1 cities to tier 2, 3, how it is going to transform is what we will need to look at. From a game point of view, our focus has been making, I would say, mass entrepreneurship as a movement and identifying the challenges and solutions that can accelerate this movement. And how do we kind of catalyze growth of a nano entrepreneur to become a small, micro to small, small to medium, and medium to large? What are those systemic barriers that exist, and how do we kind of create favorable condition is largely our focus. Coming to the platform part, I would say hyperlocal market demand and innovation, we understand are the 2 key pillars, and digital platform holds that immense potential in our understanding. And from that perspective, if I have to touch what we are doing very briefly, we are trying to do this through a gender lens, through access to market initiative, while we'll integrate that as a whole going forward. And we are working on 4 major platforms which exist, whether it is e-commerce, gig, job tech, and of course, social commerce platform. And what we are trying to do is, on one end, we are trying to work with private economy players, be it Amazon and likewise. And on the other side, the aggregator groups that works on ground with entrepreneurs to link that up. The challenge, what we have been finding is it's not only onboarding. Onboarding has become relatively easier than what it was with the adoption. But the challenge is converting that onboarding into real business opportunities, and what are those barriers that exist is what GAME is trying to focus, and happy to deep dive maybe a little later if needed, but that is what I would respond to your question on how do I see evaluation of digital platform led work. Yeah.
Thank you, Kitul. And actually, let's stay with this point, and I'd love to follow up this with a question right away. Platform economy has emerged as a job creation engine. Actually, more so as an inclusive job creation engine. You also mentioned gender, for example. And I'd love to know if you can maybe we can double click on this And if you could help us understand how has women's access to digital technology changed, has it improved over a period of time, as you see from your vantage point?
Apu, just 1 second, sorry. I have a flight to catch. May I please be excused?
Absolutely, Parul. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I am so sorry, but I stayed back. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I think Preeti also had a flight. So let's first give a.
I'm sorry, Ketul. Really sorry.
Thank you so much. Let me just actually quickly hand you. We can have a group photo first. Yeah, sure.
I'm so sorry. Sorry, Ketul, I'm most apologetic to you.
No issues, no issues. I understand. It's perfectly okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry for that interruption, and again, thanks a lot. Let's have a round of applause for Parul and Preeti, please. Thank you. That small interruption, let's not take away from the question. Ketul would love to hear from you, and then maybe I'll turn to the two of you, have quick closing remarks, and then we can probably close the panel. Ketul.
Yes, sure, Apurva. So if I heard your question correctly, I think what you asked is that do we see gender gap declining in terms of accessing digital technologies? Was that your question?
Yes, has the gender gap decreased?
Okay. I would say, to me, the answer is not a straight yes or no, but I would say it is gradually narrowing as we see in some parts. Some parts, a lot of disparities still exist and we need to work. As an example, I think what we have seen on ground, if it is e-commerce or digital payments, the kind of work that has happened vis-a-vis gig platform where the efforts are being made, and there are multiple reasons. I would not only give it to platforms. I think there are other social and other cultural challenges that exist on ground. Last week, we were interacting with a group of women in Nagaland, and while they are all on some e-commerce platforms, they are getting good business, but kind of the challenges they face on ground are restricting them to access and convert their ability into full potential in that sense. So I would say it's narrowing, but not really. We need to do a lot of work. And what we are also experiencing is that it has a lot of implications, like the kind of potential it has in terms of economic, financial empowerment, or career advancement for women, or I would say growth which women entrepreneurs can have, or even in other areas like professional or socio-economic development. I think it can have a significant implication on that sense. If I have to just continue what I was briefly sharing, because that's what is a concrete example of what I was mentioning on the 4 platforms. So we are trying to work with 2.5 lakh women to be impacted over a period of 12 months on 4 platforms: e-commerce, social commerce, gig, and job tech. And the objective there is really how do we enable or enhance women's economic opportunities on digital platform economy as a whole. And in the process, how do we collaborate with private economy platform players to kind of make the policies which are gender transformative, which I think this platform has been discussing the entire day. So some of the learnings that will come out of that is what hopefully will get into what we are trying to discuss the entire day. But just to kind of close my point, I would say it's narrowing, gradually narrowing, but a lot more to be done.
Thank you so much for sharing that. To bring this panel to a close, I'm going to request our 2 co-chairs to deliver closing remarks. And if, first going with Rajiv sir. So I know you said that you're not able to give me a straight answer in terms of which model to replicate. But I wouldn't want to let go of this opportunity nonetheless.
Sure, no, okay.
So sir, I would love to understand from your personal views, from your exposure and your illustrious career, sir, what kind of regulatory changes do you think we would need to be able to bring up sustainable social protection?
Okay. So, in fact, I mean, I'm the chairman of Mahindra Insurance Brokers, and before coming here, I had a long discussion with the CEO. And actually, he's quite excited with the kind of changes and interventions that IRDAI is making, and he thinks that with a combination of awareness and information among the consumers, that's the demand side, there is enough being done on the supply side to actually create viable products and delivery mechanisms which will bring down costs and also be something that businesses, that means the distribution system and the insurance companies could work on. So there is a glimmer of hope. And of course, technology will play a very important part, both in creating awareness, in giving information, and in the delivery. And we'll have to just get innovative in terms of creating the ability for micro payments, very frequent contributions instead of lump sum contribution. And the one area where I think very little has been done, which is the post-retirement, if I may even dare to use that term, old age benefits, because that's long term and it's very difficult for people to even think of that. And it's a blank actually, if you see even the tables that your study has made. There also, if we can link it to the individual and not to the employer, and we enable very micro kind of contributions and micro sort of pushback of the savings, there is something that is possible. So I think that's all I'm able to say. I'm optimistic because I'm looking at it from the point of view of a player in that ecosystem and not only at the problems. And I think India will definitely have to play a big role, and I'm confident it will. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, sir. We've said time and again, and this I think we've also emphasized in our report, that India needs to chart its own path. Technology is going to play an important role. Micro pension, micro saving schemes, which are more tailored for platform workers' earnings and work habits, are going to be essential. So I hope that the innovators in the room take note and come up with solutions which are game-changing, really. But you know, all of this is had started when Code on Social Security was formulated in 2020, and it led the foundation to be able to think of solutions for platform economy, which are really suited for platform economy. It wasn't bring platform workers into the fold of formal jobs or informal jobs and extend those same benefits. It was really that this is a separate work category. And that's something which is a departure from a lot of countries who traditionally have led the narrative on this front. And therefore, Dr. Ghosh, in your closing remarks, I would love to just hear from you, how do you see Code on Social Security facilitating innovation when it comes to social protection?
Okay, thank you, Apur, for this question. Actually, when we talk about the platform workers, one thing we have to keep in mind that these workers are non-standard, short duration workers who may not be having regular employer-employee relationship with a particular aggregator. So keeping in mind these issues, the non-permanency or not having, they may not be working on a long-term basis for in the platforms, or at times they could be self-employed workers, or at times they could also be workers directly working under the platforms. For example, the Ola, we have the workers who are working under the urban company, probably, you know, who provide services, give you different kind of like services at home. So probably they would be enrolled or cleaning or your, other services at home. They would be probably enrolled under the platform as such, and the social security for them would be a direct contribution. But at times, the workers are not directly, they are indirect workers, or the independent workers, which ILO, quote unquote, ILO calls them. So for them, it would be maybe not contribution coming directly from the aggregators, but some kind of indirect contribution in the form of some kind a percentage of the annual turnover or something. So keeping all these in mind, all these issues of not having a permanent employer-employee relationship with a particular company or a platform, or not having a worker status permanently. Like at times they would be worker, at times they would be self-employed, shifting between worker status and self-employed status. So all these issues probably have brought into, no one particular mechanism fits, no one global example would probably fit in toto all other situations. So no one size fits all. So each country, each and every country has to think about its own solution or its own inherent issues and think in accordingly. So probably the Code of Social Security was brought about, where the aggregators are supposed to pay about 2% of the annual turnover, keeping in mind these issues. But then it has also been said, if you see chapter 4, the ESIC, the code talks, the code says that informal sector workers, even the platform workers, would at times, at some point, they would be brought under the purview of ESIC. And like if you know the ESIC Act, it is one of the best social security systems that the country, or globally, it's one of the best social security systems. It has a contribution of about 3.25 by the employer and 0.75 by the worker. And it is supposed to be a very good model of social security, because it gives, one legislation gives benefit for 6 kind of social security as per the ILO Convention 102, the flagship convention, minimum standards convention, which talks about 9 social security benefits. The ESIC Act takes care of 6 benefits out of the 9 benefits which are prescribed in ILO Convention 102. So now the chapter 4 of the code says that at one point of time, the informal sector workers, including the platform workers, they would be brought under the purview of the ESI, this chapter, that means under the purview of the ESIC. Now, someone was talking about this, in the previous session, that why the government can't extend ESIC to everyone. Now, just for clarity, ESIC is a corporation which is under the Ministry of Labour. They function through the contributions that are collected from employers and employees. They do not function from the tax collection that is made by the government. So it's an independent entity altogether under the Ministry of Labour, which completely provides the 6 benefits from the contributions that are collected from the employers and employees, a total of 4% of the wage, and majority of it comes from employers, 3.25%. Now, if we want to extend it to the gig workers or the platform workers, we need contribution. The number one most important thing is we need contribution. Government can't just extend it without the contribution, because ESIC would not be agreeable to it, because it's an independent entity altogether. It's a corporation. So they have to be given the funds. And these funds, as we were discussing again and again, that these funds has to come either from the government's tax revenue, or it has to be generated from the workers, or it has to be generated from the employers. So from somewhere the tax has to come, the money has to come. And the Code on Social Security plans, by taking into consideration the different international models or the countries, different countries, initiatives, they have decided, it has decided that the employers would be paying 2% of the annual turnover, and this would be supplemented additionally by government's share, and then social security would be planned for the platform workers, probably they would be linked with ESIC, and if they are linked with ESIC, obviously they would get medical benefit, they would get sickness benefit, they would get unemployment benefit, they would get injury benefit, they would get disability benefit, they would get maternity benefit. So all these benefits would come. So, but then ESIC would be requiring funds for this, and this fund has to be generated from somewhere. And besides, the let us not look into the government's fund all the time, because for that there has to be additional pressure on the taxpayers. So exploring other avenues of collecting finance, not only all the time waiting for the government to give the money, because that would entail you and me suffering much more and giving more tax to the government. So the government's tax ambit can be increased. More and more people can be brought under the ambit of tax, and then we could think about collecting money or resources from the employers, from the workers. Now here I would just slightly would like to say that I feel at some point the code has missed out on not adding out the workers' contribution. Probably some kind of contribution from the workers' side could have also been added than just relying on the government's kitty and the employer's contribution. And I'm also not very sure whether this 2% annual turnover, how this, many companies, they have been showing, like for example, Amazon recently showed that they are running on loss. So if companies say that they are running on loss, how do you get their annual turnover? So this is again some issue. So I don't know if this is the correct way of generating resources from the employers. But then we have to think about these issues. We have to think about the resource base. We have to think about financial sustainability. If we have to think about universal social security, which would also entail giving social security to the platform workers.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Incredibly comprehensive. And just as platform work itself is flexible in nature, it seems from your answer is that agility is also built in the code of social security. So with that observation, I'd like to bring this panel to close, and I'd like to thank the guests. Can we have a round of applause, please? Ketul, beginning with you, a sincere vote of thanks, and can we have a token of appreciation to be presented to the guests, please?
We have just one group photo and then sure. One more photo. I'll just take this opportunity to invite everyone if he can come on stage and have a group photo with our esteemed guests as well. Okay. Yes. Yeah, everyone in the room, please. Guys, could we just move a little more faster, please? We have, yeah.
After all, moderators are on the bike.
I know.
Maybe what we could do is backside,
बोल देता हूँ. Should I just give a vote of thanks? Huh?